Live from West Palm Beach, Florida, at the Charles P. Stuber National Croquet Center, we welcome you to the finals day at the 2025 Association Croquet World Championships, brought to you by the World Croquet Federation, I Do Live Sports, the United States Croquet Federation, all our wonderful supporters and sponsors. And here we have, flown fresh in from England, Jamie Birch, world number 2, here to commentate on his good friend Mark Avery and his bitter rival Reg Bamford here in the finals. Welcome, Jamie. Get right up on the mic.
Good morning. Very excited to be here.
All right, you've flown in just for this game. That's this match.
As soon as I saw Mark, win last night, I literally hopped on the first Concorde straight over.
All right, and so like game 5 where you're hovering over the buy button for like a ticket purchase? All right, wow, yeah, Jamie with, loads of available funds for whimsy travel. Just jumping on that first class seat as soon as possible to see his friend. Now we can see Reg Bamford warming up.
No, he started.
Oh, he's started now. All right, so we got the first shot to the east boundary. Reg playing just outside corner 2. All right, so let me see if I can get the scoreboard. We got, Mark Avery is going to be blue and black, and we have Reg Bamford as red-yellow. And so it is now Mark's turn 3. So this is a conservative opening.
Which is exactly what you'd expect in the first game of a best of 5.
All right, they're going to feel each other out like fighters kind of circling in the ring a bit.
I mean, I don't think it's implausible Reg might have gone for a super shot, but I wouldn't have expected Mark to.
All right, so we have Reg Bamford, who I believe this may have changed since yesterday. Let me double check the rankings. Yesterday, he was world number 3. I think having won 3 in a row, that's probably holds true. I know Mark moved up. He was world number 5. I believe now he's world number 4, Mark Avery. Is that going to bode well for your doubles? Do you still get to be the finisher and let him be your 9-hoop Muppet? Or is that going to change now?
Normally, we alternate, Whoever's shooting goes around first, normally.
All right, yeah, so Reg Bamford, world number 3. Mark Avery has now passed Patty Chapman, and he is world number 4. So world number 1, Robert Fletcher, lost yesterday to Mark Avery in 5 games after being up 2-0.
Amazing performance.
And world number 2 is joining us now in the booth, having not played the event. And Mark has missed a 19-yarder. He had some stupendous hit-ins yesterday, but he didn't want to waste his hit-in on this. This was Robert Fletcher's critical error yesterday.
Waste of a hit-in.
His only hit-in in the last 2 games was a third-turn hit-in like this, just to pull a ball out of corner 2. So Mark making sure to be efficient with his hit-ins.
He hit what I thought was going to be his last shot. 2-0 down and a breakdown yesterday. And he absolutely nailed his lift shot. And Robert just lost his shooting boots. And Mark was incredibly solid. Didn't do anything flamboyant. He's not known for his flamboyant play or his popping or his sextupling. But his break play was immaculate, as was Reg's, for what it's worth.
So, the problem is the single ball shot is the great equalizer in this game. I know we had 72 players, and many of them were not expected to get to the finals, but any of them at any point could hit a 20-yarder.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the counter is sometimes the best shot in the world. We see Tom Balding getting going on court 7 in the Shield final. One of the best single ball shots in the world, Reg Bamford, 2-time GC world champion, can miss a 23-yard double.
Yeah, and he actually played that stroke quite gently, I thought. He was watching it, and I think he thought it was hilling off, and it did. But I'm surprised that he hit it that gently. And the lawns are very quick.
Are you saying he's more of a lagger and blocker than a hard hitter?
I don't want to talk about lagging and blocking.
Wrong game.
Wrong game.
All right, I'm going to try to get some scoreboards up for you. So we have Zach Watson and Tom Balding over on court 7. That is 2 Americans battling for the plate. You can see Tom there in the background. I believe he is playing black at the moment. All right, so what's Mark going to do to get going on this turn, Jamie?
It looks like he's played for a cannon, and he's got the cannon. So his first shot in earnest is going to be a
All right,
cannon.
so even the people who know Association Croquet, or at least American Croquet, are going to be a bit confused by the cannon. So when you hit a ball, you get 2 extra shots, but you have to play from in contact of the ball that you have just roqueted, the ball you just hit.
Right.
If you roquet a ball out of bounds behind a third ball, then you must place it in bounds, and then both of the other balls, your ball and this third ball, are now in contact.
Yeah.
And get to be moved around in whatever orientation you like.
You make a 3-ball group.
And so now what's going to happen on this shot? So he's hit black, so he's playing blue, he's hit black.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen on this shot?
Well, if I know Mark, black's going to go about 2 feet in front of hoop 2, and red's going to go about 2 feet in front of hoop 1.
All right, so he's trying to have blue hit red and roquet red on this shot. So now blue is ball in hand on red. He gets 2 more shots from red. And he's sent black down towards hoop 2. So he's got himself a decent, maybe not good, pioneer that can be rushed to hoop 2. And more importantly, he's now got 2 shots from really close to hoop 1.
He's played a good shot. He'll be pleased with that. It's not an easy sideways approach to hoop 1. But if he runs hoop 1, I would expect him to go round from there. And compared to not getting the cannon, normally if you don't get the cannon, you're probably going to play an approach out of corner 2. To get in front of hoop 1, whereas this way, he doesn't have to. He's in front, slightly angled.
All right, so there have been a lot of work done by our grounds crew and our hoop setters to get these to 1/64th of an inch, so you can see it almost hung up there. Mark had to really give it
did.
some pace. Fortunately, he put red off to the side of the hoop,
Well, he took
so
off.
he's not terribly hampered.
He had no intention of trying to get a forward rush. He wanted to maximize his chances of running the hoop, and he's done so. Now, black isn't... ordinarily, you'd want to go to yellow here. But black is not in a nice position to get to from the ball in corner 2. So I would imagine he'll go straight to black here.
All right, real quick. Armando, on the second scoreboard, it won't change the fact that the top name has a gray background.
Slightly overhit there.
Meh. All right. Jamie, tell us if Mark's going to hit the corner 2 ball here.
I wouldn't have thought so, no. He's going to... I mean, he might get a good angle out of hoop 2. Might have a 6-yarder. He's specifically sent black west so that he can hit it towards yellow when he runs the hoop. Which he does.
My mic on or off? All right, so Mark's trying to avoid any shots that could possibly ruin his break. Again, hopefully at this level, they're hoping that the turn is well controlled. Once they make that first hoop, that should be the hardest play of the turn. And so he doesn't want to take on a 5 or 6 yard roquet if he doesn't have to.
I mean, a lot of players wouldn't bother them, but from what I've seen. But Mark isn't the sort of person that would.
It's not a big reward. If you've already got a break in hand, you don't need to take on a 5 yarder. If he didn't have a ball at hoop 3, I could understand taking on the risk to build a break. But with the 3 ball already built, all he really needs here is to bring it in lawn a bit. Doesn't need to do anything, major to get the balls involved. So, does Mark fancy being creative with an open cannon here? Now that he doesn't have a 3 ball group.
No, Reg played his yellow just south of corner 2. So Mark's having a little think. I can't imagine him doing anything else other than just moving black slightly further south and getting a rush.
So he's going to trade a ball that's on the west boundary, 6 inches out of the corner, for a ball that's not on the boundary, a foot and a half out of the corner. And then he's going to just rush yellow over and have a nice tidy 3 ball.
That's what I suspect he'll do.
All right, and
Although
so
he is lining something up.
well, we might see him come back into this ball. Okay, so maybe he's sending black in
Yeah,
court.
I think he might be.
Maybe all the way to 4.
Yeah, that's exactly what
while hitting yellow. So open cannon in
was
play.
an open cannon.
A very creative little adjustment from Mark. And now he's got
Black's
black
good.
in lawn instead of near corner 2. And now, because black's close enough to hoop 4, in theory, he doesn't have to do too much with yellow. He could roll it over as a pivot ball. I know a lot of players, us mere mortals that don't have the hoop control mark exhibited at hoop 1, have been throwing a pivot ball straight between 3 and 4. And that way, if you happen to run 3 by 10 yards, you have something to hit easily.
Yeah, it avoids a potential 8-yard return.
But I think maybe yellow being just level with hoop 2 kind of soured Mark on any roll across.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a little tricky. Imagine Mark should be able to play a little croquet stroke. I think if he runs this, I'd very much expect him to get round.
All right, and then I'd like to mention we have a couple of major supporters in this tournament, and that includes the WP Carey Foundation, doing good while doing well. We thank them for their support, as well as the Palm Beach Sports Foundation, and their motto is just bring your game. So I assume Palm Beach County is going to do the rest. They've got hotels, restaurants, car rental, airports. They're good to go. You just bring your game. Jamie, did you in fact bring your game?
I did not.
Oh, left some. Is it at the baggage claim,
Yeah, it's still there. Yeah, I rushed here.
or is it in summer? It's been left in Spain.
Spain.
Yeah, you've left your game in Spain. Well, I left my heart in San Francisco. You left your game in Spain. We're gonna have to
you
cobble
did.
something together this week. But for now, Mark has navigated running hoop 3, having good control of red.
Yeah.
So now he's gonna trade a ball that's left behind at hoop 2 for a ball that he's left behind at hoop 3. But he got a good rush on yellow.
Yeah, he's still not in total control, but he's choosing to take off the balls, leaving them behind, knowing that he's got such good control at the hoops. Eventually, he will pick up all 4 balls and probably do an MSL or an NSL.
Could you explain what the abbreviations, the initialisms are?
Of course, yeah. The MSL is the Mark standard leave.
Oh, good on Mark.
But it might have also been for Morm, because David Morm is the
We'll allow for that possibility.
possibly, which is where you leave a ball at hoop 2, parked on the back of one back. At the other ball's in the NSL position, which is the new standard leave position. The ball on the back of 3 back. That's Mark's standard leave.
Yeah, so when I learned the new standard leave, I was often told to put the ball right up close to hoop 2. And only later did I find out that you could just kind of flick it off somewhere west of 2 and not worry too much about it. But I do think it's more effective to have a ball close to hoop 2. The hope is that you're able to organize a tidy, quick break so you can get the peels in early on your second
Yeah,
go
the main
round.
advantage is that you lay a rush rather than pointing to the ball on the west boundary. You lay it with a slight cut to hoop 1, which means you're running hoop 1 off partner, which in theory means you can send it to 4 back to hoop 3.
Yeah, so we've got a note that we're having trouble hearing commentators. We got to get right up on these mics. Pretend it's a podcast, Jamie. Sing us a song so we can hear you. No, I tried to get Marcus to sing. Not even Marcus would sing on mic.
Marcus.
There we go. Is that his theme song from
Yeah.
a Mac?
It was from
Opens?
the Solomon in Baldhead Island.
Ah, I still have the coin from that. Did you guys get the ceremonial
Yeah, I think we
coins?
did, yeah.
I do enjoy offering Brits the choice of bird or balls,
Yeah.
and then having to explain that that's the coin toss choice. So now Mark is he's coming back to that red ball. It's almost inside the box, so he's no longer got corner balls or balls outside the box. It's kind of close to hoop 6.
I'm not sure he'll risk going
Useful.
to red here. One slightly loose shot and you might wire yourself.
Yep. So we have Mark. Somehow the colors are wrong. The colors are right on my page.
Mark has opted to not go to red, which I think is probably sensible. He's got enough control. He can still go to red after running hoop 6.
Let me see if I can switch their names, and that might make it easier. So I switched their names around. So now that should be blue on that screen. But let's see, change the background colors. All right. So Jamie, what leave do you think Mark's going to fancy here now that he's got good control of the break?
I think he will go for an MSL. If you're laying an MSL or an NSL, you really want to be running 2-back off partner. So
refresh.
assuming he can send black, it's a bit difficult to tell from here. I wonder whether the hoop 3 is potentially in the way of sending it to 2-back easily, and the way he's looking at it suggests that is the case. He's really lining this up to avoid.
He's really chosen the longest possible shot to load a 2-back Pioneer.
Yeah, and if he slightly overhits blue, there is the potential for a wire as well. So
Yeah,
he's
so
avoided that.
This is why you see a lot of people, if they've got the fourth ball already engaged in the break at hoop 5, they prefer to set the 2-back Pioneer from hoop 5 because it's only 7 or 8 yards away. Mark has chosen, 33 yards away?
Yeah,
about as far as possible in a croquet lawn to be setting a 2-back Pioneer.
Yeah.
But-
And it's not bad, actually. From there, I would
You can see
and given there's a hoop in the way.
You can see the precision play. So it's 33 yards, I think, from the corner to hoop 1. And that ball is slightly left, but it went about 32 and a half yards.
I reckon.
That is quite good pace. So again, a great consistent quality of pace on these lawns from Omero and the grounds crew with the help of Zach Watson over the last couple of years, getting this club into really excellent shape.
And it rained heavily last night, and a lot. And I was wondering whether it would affect the pace, but actually it's, seeing that shot, he didn't hit that hard, and it still went the 32 yards that he wanted. So
one of the benefits of the sand base and knowing that Florida occasionally, sometimes during the summer, every day at 4, it'll just open up and dump 2 inches of rain on the lawns. And so with the sand base, it really drains quickly. And so we rarely get pooling. So hopefully that helped despite the heavy rains last night. I know earlier in the tournament when it was cloudless days and getting to be 85 degrees, some were saying that the speed was getting up to 13 plus plumbers. But I think it's closer to like 11, maybe 12. I don't know if anybody bothered to time the practice shots this morning or anything like that.
I imagine wind assisted because the grass is so fine. I imagine there's a lot of wind assist. If it's behind you, I would imagine you really have to adjust your croquet strokes accordingly.
I don't know if it's that fast, but could certainly be. I know that yesterday Tom Balding was claiming that he had a hit in that was definitely on, and then the wind shear took it a half ball to the side and caused him to miss. Which I told him I would be sure to tell the world that that's why Tom missed his shot. Definitely.
How good
wind
of you
shear.
to mention it. So Mark's just looking at a spot from the north boundary. So he's not going for an MSL. He's going for an NSL. He's going to find a spot.
What are those initials for?
So he's not going for a Morm standard leave. He's going for the new standard leave. New is a relative term. It's been around quite a long time.
Well, yes. In America, things that are like old, ancient, historic might be 100 years old, but in merry old England,
that's new.
That would be new.
Anything
modern.
Anything in the last 100 years is relatively new.
Right. Yeah. Contemporary, even. And I know that we've been to a pub or an inn that is 1,400 years old.
Yeah, I
it
mean,
has the same thatched roof.
I'm pretty
that
sure
has just
there's a-
been slowly replaced
Yeah.
like Theseus's ship.
That's right. Yeah, I think there's about
For
20 pubs that claim to be the oldest pub in England, and they're all from the 1500s.
Okay, so only 500 years old. Yeah, and then you have that bloody Stonehenge. It's a
No.
bit older possibly
No
still.
one knows. Magic. Mark has placed. Yeah, I mean, yellow is a potential hoop 2 pioneer if Reg were to miss. So he's looking in really good shape here. Reg is going to have to hit something, and he did miss that double. Assuming he was aiming at the middle of the double, it means he missed his intended target by probably 2 or 3 balls.
Yeah, not a great swing to start off.
And it's so nice to hit that first shot of the day. Because now obviously he's just been sat down, not for as long as Mark will have to sit down if Reg gets in.
Whatever do you mean, Jamie? Are you saying that possibly Reg is a slow,
I think
slower player?
I think people will notice a disparity in the pace. Mark is a lovely, fluent player.
There was the quarterfinal day, I believe. He had to finish 2 games against Andrew Johnston and then a best of 5 against Matthew Essick. And I'm trying to think, were they even? I think they were the last ones on lawn that night.
They were, but they still finished in
6.5
fairly good
games,
time.
yeah.
And Mark showed tremendous temperament to be able to, to go from playing Andrew, who is a steady player, to Matthew, who is quite quick. To have for Mark to have the temperament to be able to, to play that much, and still maintain focus is amazing. And Mark will be celebrating his 60th birthday later this year. He's having a big party and everyone's invited.
So is Mark then older than Reg by a few years?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but I think maybe by 2 or 3 years. So he's choosing not to go to red there because he doesn't want a little 2-foot stop shot to try and get red on the back of 3 back. So he's chosen to hit partner first, which you wouldn't normally do. So he's hit it to the boundary. He now wants to get nice and close to red, rush it south, only by a foot, to be able to place it in the perfect position. It means he'll probably be lagging back to black, which isn't ideal because you really don't want to risk leaving a double from a bulk.
Yesterday he had some leaves where he had to lag back to yellow and go across the lawn to fix things. In fact, I think in game 5 he ended up clubbing the first Croquet out of 3 back and stop shotting it to within a yard of the
That's
peg.
right. Yeah, he had all
then
4 balls.
having to rush partner to the side, then having to rush oppo to the west side. Ended up with a relatively tidy diagonal.
It was remarkable.
It was like a double from Bebach, but it was very diagonal, so it would have been like a 27-yard double. And Robert Fletcher shot from A-Bach at what was a 14-yarder. So not a great diagonal in terms of the length of the short shot, but very serviceable.
But considering where he was, so he doesn't really. I mean, this looks like it should be a really easy shot. He's only got to move red 2 balls, but anything short or long, and Reg will have a slither of a ball.
Right. We saw James Deeth hit a third of red against Robert Fletcher when he had lined up to hit the ball on the boundary, but he lined it up with a bit of a double of that little third of a ball.
Absolutely.
And he must have missed the hoop by nothing because that red ball looked like, he hit half ball, maybe near center on it. And so he was very fortunate to not hit any of the hoop.
I mean, of course, but that's why you don't even want an eighth of a ball sticking out. And if you've got enough control, you should be able to get it into a position where, you can't see it at all from A-Borg. The fact that he's wandering around makes me. He's still going to just put blue somewhere where he can rush. He can rush blue to hoop 1 or to yellow. And red should just lift red.
Well, oftentimes players lift the hoop 2 ball here, but you think Reg is going to make this build a little more uncomfortable by lifting red?
I think so.
So-
And Mark.
So that would be, if we had a defensive opening where he went to corner 2, the defensive shot here would be red from B-balk at probably blue.
I would have thought. I mean, I saw
Or
them
is it-
testing the boundary earlier,
Yeah.
and I didn't think it looked like it went particularly straight, going down from corner 3 down that line. So he's looking at whether he can make a partial double with red and black.
Oh, he's very much considering that short shot.
He's now looking at a even further shot, which probably is an even bigger double.
Okay, so it's about 16 yards from the edge of A-balk, which is due south of hoop 5, to a ball that's level with 5 on the east boundary. But he's stretched this out at least 3 yards, so we're looking at potentially 19-yarder, but he's hoping to benefit from a little extra of that.
It must be a good target for him to
Hoop 4 ball.
to add that extra yardage to his shot. Means that there must be a good target there. And Mark will be disappointed with that because he had total control. So we'll see.
Yeah, but he didn't want to dribble through the hoop.
Absolutely.
We talked about how this
dribble
is
not through the hoop would be even worse. So
this is the first go round. So he did run hoop 2 to the boundary. I don't remember. Did he run 4 or 2 back to the boundary?
No.
So it's possible, we've talked about this before, where in the sand courts, they clamp these quadways down, they test them relentlessly to get them to a 64th of an inch. But the sand doesn't offer a ton of resistance. And even if you hit the hoop at a moderate pace, go through by a few yards, certainly if you go through hard to the boundary, it's likely that hoop kind of resets to its natural width, which I think is about a 32nd in theory on these quadways. It could be wider depending on the specific hoop. But the idea is that if you run it hard, it's possible that that hoop in the vibrating in the ground has gained a little width. If Mark had run 4 hard to the boundary, maybe he would have been a bit more comfortable knowing that the hoop wasn't grabbing and he could make 3 back with some touch.
I don't think Mark would have thought of that in the slightest, but
Yeah, well, I mean, that was the kind of thing I had to think about in my match against Logan, because occasionally he really thrashed at those hoops,
he
and
did,
then you'd swish them. If you treated them with too much respect, you'd go through by 7 to 10 yards on what you expected to grab some resistance. And only in like the second game did I realize, these hoops have gotten quite wide. We had them reset thanks to Michael Albert, Adam Peck, and Tom Cooper out there doing great work to get these hoops to within a 64th of an inch, as our manager Jeff Sue has specified.
Amazing.
But then I started to really take notice of the first break around, like which hoops got thrashed. And then I even, one of the things I realized is that it's really unlikely that 4-back / hoop 3 gets thrashed until the second break, because people rarely go through 3 hard. And so when you're peeling 4-back, expect that to be a really resistant hoop.
Reg misses.
Oh, goodness, by just a sliver.
He can't believe it.
He's quite disappointed in the balls and the court for their misbehavior.
Yeah. Well, viewers might have noticed how, if I was playing that shot, I'd already be walking off the lawn. Mark would probably have already made hoop 1 by now. Reg really focuses. He stood there, really visualizing hitting that shot, and it was a good, clean strike. So I think that's why he's so disappointed.
And then he's quite surprised that his positive visualization did not manifest.
I mean, absolutely, because he was in his mind it was centre balling it.
It was fact.
So Mark has got a very good opportunity to get a standard triple going. I think he'll be happy with where yellow is. I think yellow will be his hoop 2 pioneer.
No, I've seen Zach shoot away over there. I know Tom went around to 4-back, and then Zach, I think, hit in, had a break going, but I don't know where his clip is. It looks like Zach has set a leave, and as fast as Zach is, I don't think he got 9 hoops on that turn. So I'm not entirely sure the state of that match.
He has also left the ball in
There's a bit of a
B-bulk,
bit of a crosswire. So it's not a bad leave, but yeah, I don't know where that clip might be on hoop 2. I don't know. But meanwhile, Mark has gotten a nice rush across, and I think you're right about yellow. He's happy with it as a hoop 2 pioneer. So he's just taken
great rush.
partner to 1, which really facilitates, as you said, the standard triple. The standard triple, some people here in the States call it on-time triple.
Okay.
The idea of you want to get your peeling ball, in this case partner, to hoop 3, so that when you make hoop 3, you're able to send it through its hoop, which is 4-back, immediately after you score hoop 3. So taking partner to hoop 1, it should naturally follow to hoop 3 as your hoop 3 pioneer. The trick is he's got to make hoop 1, got to make hoop 2, and got to hopefully get the other balls organized to make that easy. So he didn't get a forward rush, which might have helped. But
I mean, I think
this
he
will
would have
allow
wanted
a sideways, maybe
west-
easterly.
Yeah, the other
Going
west.
toward red.
The one that's
A
not west.
Redward, which is the Edward being a nickname for Redward, which is a formal English name.
So I still think he'll cut this a little bit, send it up to hoop 3, going to red,
Yes, Redward, going Redward.
going redwood, as we all say now.
Well, as Stephen would ask you, what do you call 2 individual French fries on the plate, Jamie?
Honestly, I bless him.
And then what's that cereal that's round? What's like an individual one of those bits of cereal? Not going to help Stephen out
No,
here.
no
He's
chance.
probably listening downstairs. Sorry, Stephen Morgan, I tried. The answer to those very hard-hitting journalistic questions, folks, is chip, chip, and Cheerio. Very similar classic English terms used all the time, much like Redward.
Cheerio, to be fair, is you might hear that in certain. I don't think the kids say it, but chip chip, I've literally never heard anyone say ever in my whole life, apart from Stephen.
I remember there was an Arizona closed tournament where a bunch of our elder statesmen croquet players, Charlie Smith, Irv Peterson, Ren Kraft, Rory Kelly, Doug Grimsley, they made the mistake of inviting me a couple years down to Phoenix. And part of Steve Johnson and Charlie Smith holding court was they came up with the 10 most British words possible. And I believe 3 of them were just noises, like, like, ooh. I think quite was in there. Mm-hmm. Quite. Whilst. So, I'm trying to remember the rest of the top 10. Phil and our viewers, I'm sure that's what people are clamoring for on this finals commentary. But now we see that Mark was able, with his Redward croquet stroke, to get red involved. So now, unlike his first break, where he had left a ball near corner 2 and then ball near hoop 2 and a ball near hoop 3. Didn't really get the 4 ball till after hoop 6 with a big long croquet stroke to 2-back. Now he's got all 4 balls in control right away, certainly if he can get past yellow here.
Yeah, I think he'll hit this to the boundary.
Just loosen up that hoop a bit.
I mean, it barely touched the sides. That's the thing about Mark. He won't loosen the hoops much.
So, Mark is now going to be able to send a ball to 4. He doesn't need a rush on red, blueward, but he can end up west of red and rush it over towards hoop 3 to organize the peel a little bit easier.
Blue's in the sort of position actually I don't love, because you want to approach 3 off Peely, and if he just gets the rush slightly wrong from where he is, he might end up dead in front of hoop 3, which makes it very hard to put Peely behind the hoop.
Yeah, you have to put it on an angle, and then if you immediately make the hoop and roquet it, it will become more angled generally for the peel effort. So we've had a lot of players, when they have total control of these escape balls, opt for a dead straight drive shot peel to avoid the pull. Oh yes, I heard you were able to, with the wonders of in-flight Wi-Fi, enjoy our wonderful coverage all day yesterday on as you popped a flight over. Oh, sorry. Does that burst the bubble on the? You were watching the live stream after it had occurred because you had hovered and bought the ticket immediately after he won Game 5.
I like fast forwarding it a little bit as well. So,
but I'm sure you were listening with the audio on the entire time.
I had the audio on double speed. Yep.
Well, in that case, I apologize. So he's. We'll see where he leaves red to see if he gives himself the opportunity for a straight drive shot, avoiding the pull on the peel.
I think I think I certainly would. Whenever hoops are difficult, I think you just got to avoid pull. I've played with Invictus balls, but not on conditions like this, and it genuinely was harder to judge the pull. And from what I've seen watching the stream, playing with pull is really difficult. I saw Mark do one yesterday, which was a takeoff peel, and it pulled way more than he was expecting.
Yeah.
So what he wants to do is avoid getting it right in front, which he's done. So he can push this to the side and give himself a 1 foot hoop. And hopefully, I think, in his case, hoop and Roquet, which he's not going to get. But that black is really close.
So we'll see how much control he goes for. Not too risky.
No.
Didn't try to baby it.
He hit
there.
it harder than I thought he would. I don't know if he thought he was going to clip blue, but we're sat directly in line, and it was never going to hit blue.
So now this is how you see, even when he taps blue gently, if it's a bit off center, then it's likely when you hit it, it will become even more off center before the peel. And the angled hoop shots, angled peels, obviously a narrower window.
Yeah, and they need the extra power from what I've noticed. Whereas he can't hit this with power because he has to be able to hit red after this shot. So he'll play it. I think he'll probably play it to jaws it, play it dead straight, and leave himself a cut rush on red. No, he's played it with angle. That's a great shot.
Wow. So yeah, he navigated the pull. Again, we talked about how when the two balls are in contact for the croquet stroke, there's milling on the ball that is like a hash mark, and it can almost act like gears, where if they kind of lock in, it gets a lot of
that's a
grab.
great description, actually.
And that way, instead of just the ball getting propelled forward, because you're splitting off at an angle, it's also both balls are getting a bit of side spin, which then causes them to pull toward the other ball that they're splitting off. So if you split them at 30 degrees, it's possible at the end of the shot, the actual difference between their lines was like 28 degrees or 25 degrees. And these balls have a significant amount of pull, partly because they're brand new and a little bit better than we have, some older Dawson balls or worn out balls where they get smooth.
Yeah, there's almost no pull. And that's what we're used to. I think that's why it's such a, around the Dawson ball has been so standard for so long that at club play we're very used to playing with balls with almost no milling at all. So you just get used to the minimal pull that you get. Whereas, like you said, it only needs the slightest angle here, and it pulls quite considerably.
Yeah,
which is what made that shot so good. Obviously Mark's been playing here all week.
I've had some 1 foot narrow angles like that, and the 3/4 inches stanchion is not enough to account for the pull. Normally on, other balls from a yard, I'll give it just one stanchion, these 3/4 inches of pull. And if I aim at the other stanchion, my ball will miss the hoop. It'll, the object ball will pull one stanchion. It'll be fine. And these balls from 1 foot, you have to give it more room to pull. And it makes these, wide-angled, long roll peels much less likely to jaws, let alone
I've not seen
peel.
any successful roll peels.
They've happened for sure, but I definitely know that I think one Australian player aimed up a 2-yard peel attempt. I think it was Rover, so it wasn't a powerful roll peel. Missed the entire hoop.
Yeah.
And that is a poor result from 2 yards when one is hoping it would go through and you manage to not touch any part of the hoop. That is disappointing from 2 yards out. So we'll see Mark try to organize for the second peel here of the standard triple, and that would involve, just like having the back peel after hoop 3, where he had peelee at the hoop that he's making in the opposite direction of blue's hoop. Now blue is for the penultimate hoop in the middle, which is also hoop 6. So Mark is trying to put blue close to hoop 6 so that when he makes hoop 6, he will have a similar play to just tap blue, and maybe this time he'll get a chance with no draw to put blue through the hoop. I think a lot of players have opted to jaws after 6 because it's so unlikely that with pull and a strong drive shot, you're getting the ball to go down past the peg. So it just makes a lot of sense to play for the rush peel end play with a no-draw peel effort. But we'll see what Mark chooses. Oh, my goodness. All right. I thought he had landed with the hoop possibly in the way, but no, he's well
fine.
under control here.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much under control. He'll want to approach hoop 6 off partner, just like he did at hoop 3.
Yeah, some minor corrections, getting rushes out of hoop 5, making sure he gets a rush on yellow, all in service of getting a good rush on blue.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't worry about a forward rush there because yellow is so close to blue that he's not that worried. And Mark is he's a quality player, so he'll be able to get red nice and close to one back.
Does he ever worry?
No.
He strikes me as a pretty go with the flow kind of guy. Happy to admit, well, I don't know about that. Instead of worrying about it, he just accept that he doesn't have all the information.
Yeah. He's had a lot less to worry about this week because he's been staying with Mr. and Mrs. Murray, and I know that she's been doing all his washing for him. So big shout out to her because I know that's a big weight off his mind, not having to
do the washing,
deal with that sort of thing. So
and it must be fun for Sam's daughter to have a Muppet to play with.
Oh, I mean, for sure. Although he's been here the whole time, of course. So.
In long best of fives.
So he's not approaching the hoop off blue, which I'm a bit surprised about.
All right. Let's see if I can get a view of the American Shield final. Looks like Zach picked his break back up, so he's now for hoop 5 with red. I'm guessing Tom missed the mid-court leave, the non-lift leave, and Zach just picked the break back up. But
yeah, I saw Tom miss a 30-yarder.
Yeah, that was the long leave where Zach had left him crosswired, I think, on hoop 6, and Zach was way off on the south boundary. John Graney doing some great camera work over there, so eventually that match will be put up on YouTube. So American fans will be able to follow Tom and Zach's every move without our occasional 10-minute updates. There is some talk about eventually trying to put commentary on those matches that John and I think Brian Hovis have been able to film.
That's good. It'll be much easier to commentate when you know what's going to happen.
Oh, look at the curve he got around that. That looks like it went on the left side of blue and then curved around enough to the right that he's able to cut it back to a less angled, close peeling position.
That is handy.
So not only did he miss the hoop in Croquet, but he curved around to a straight rush back.
He is a classy player.
It is it's quite aggressive to play for that shot. It's as planned. But I think, now we'll see if he fancies, jawsing gently. Looks like
he didn't last time.
He's going for the rush on yellow. You can see he's marking the spot where he wants black to stop.
It does look like that's
about a foot short.
Because ordinarily you would play with pull, you'd play to the west of the hoop and get a northward rush on yellow.
Yeah, just be 4 yards past yellow.
And you would expect blue to go down to rover.
Right, hopefully past peg at least. But again, with the pull of these balls, like I said, a lot of people are favoring to just gently put it in the jaws and not worry.
So
he's got to be a little disappointed that went through.
He looked disappointed when that went through.
So, it's often hard explaining to new triple peelers that you would rather that penalty peel stick in the hoop. Hopefully nicely in the center, a little past center, then it go through by less than a yard or two.
So, I mean, where it's gone is better than if it only goes through by 2 inches. That's sort of the worst place because you can't rush it southwards at all. And there's always a danger. I've seen many people on standard TPs break down because they wire themselves from that ball that they've just peeled. And I've seen people
the closer
jaws
it is to the hoop, the more likelihood you'd end up on a wired side of it.
So that's rushable, not to rover, but it's rushable to the west of yellow, and he can stop shot it over.
Okay. Will do. Infrastructure. All right, so Mark has gotten a little bit of a rush back toward one back, which gives him room to send red all the way down to three back, and he should have a nice, easy line of play if he's willing to rush blue to the east. But if he wanted to rush blue toward two back, that's when he might involve the hoop. So what do you think? Is he going to go with the easy straight drive, or is he going to flirt going around the hoop?
No, he's gonna go all out. He's gonna risk.
He's a flirter.
He's going to risk going past the hoop and wiring himself.
All right.
Although,
so this is a
he
shot
doesn't
where
want to break down.
You have a floor. You need to hit it hard enough to get past the hoop. But you don't really have a ceiling. If you go 4 or 5 yards past it, he's likely to hit that.
You don't have a ceiling because you're excellent at 7 yards.
Mark's the one that keeps hitting in all day.
But Mark,
that's
Mark,
a great
has played
shot,
an
yeah.
absolutely fantastic shot.
So a 2-yarder with the rush toward yellow.
Red is fantastic because he's going to want to try and peel blue going to that red.
Is the yellow word?
So you don't, you don't want red too far south. You don't want it.
Yeah, you don't want red outside the box, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
You want it inside the box as those outer 4 hoops, but you'd like it a little west, so it's closer to rover.
Draw me a map.
All right, the way we are looking at the court, that is south. This is north. That is east. That is west.
That's right.
I know. I'm aware.
So he doesn't want it east of the hoop. East of 3 back.
Yeah, so
it's perfect.
It's easier to do these roll shots, these split roll peels, if you have a narrower angle. And so, yeah, if red could be, closer to the rover hoop by a yard or 2, you don't always want to have to rush it far.
Yeah.
But you can just narrow the angle at which you are rolling to your hoop 3-back Pioneer.
And because Mark has got control out of almost every hoop, a lot of people wouldn't run that to get a lovely rush eastwards. They'd go to the south boundary, have a northwards rush. Mark's skill at hoop running means that he's basically been able to rush yellow exactly where he wants to. He's just going to try and slide past blue and rush it in front of rover, peel it going to red.
So this would help him avoid the straight rover peel, which, can definitely be executed, but you see a lot of people botch it.
Many people, and including some very, very experienced players, break down with a straight rover peel.
I do remember hearing that, I believe it was Brian Cumming, got so frustrated with the straight rover, he would attempt to peel and escape to 3-back, peel and escape to penult. All right, we have comments in the chat from Tom Moulton. Good afternoon from York Croquet Club, where we are streaming the final on phones whilst we're on our end of season pub
That is
crawl.
the way to do it.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's much like watching on the plane or watching an IMAX movie. Just the phones were really the epitome of the experience. But hopefully with these close-ups, that might be close to life-size depending on the phone you have. So enjoy the pub crawl. Have a pint for us. It's a little early here, but we'll get after it at some point. All right, people are supporting from the NCC veranda. I like this silent support. They could clap, they could cheer, but instead they're texting their support to the live stream that Mark definitely is not looking at.
No. No, and I'm hoping he's not going to look at it in his, after this game. I'm hoping he's not going to come back and look at it.
It's a little bit of the reverse of watching, on the pub crawl and clapping for a good shot while on your pub crawl in England. The texting the chat on the live stream from the veranda is maybe not the most direct way to show your support to Mark. But
they want to show support now, and they can't do that now, can they? Because it might put him off. So it works for me.
All right.
He has not run.
Oh, Mark, a
back.
stabby shot.
That's the first.
Goodness.
That's the first hoop stroke he's played where he's no follow through. I think he thought he probably won the game.
Yeah, he had jaws the rover peel. I think, is it jaws or through? I think it is. I think he jaws the rover peel, which it's not yet done, not technically a mom error, but he thought it was
a mom and a half.
A half mom.
Yeah.
A Ben mom error. No, we shouldn't put that on him. But the idea is Mark probably suffered from what I like to think of as a big adrenaline letdown. You're so focused when building a break or trying to get the peels that as soon as it becomes a simple turn, a 4-ball to the finish with a rush peel that you could get literally at any time in the next 3 hoops without much trouble.
It's all over. In your head, it's all over.
Your brain will literally switch from, I think it's your parasympathetic nervous system to your sympathetic nervous system and start digesting breakfast instead of trying to put blood sugar in your brain to cause you to think and focus. Your adrenaline drops off and your body just decides, well, now it's just a practice 4-ball break. Just have a go, thrash at this, smooth swing, don't bother lining up.
And these hoops don't allow for that. That's the problem.
We could see it was a little stabby.
Yeah,
it wasn't
really
a smooth follow through on these little backswing, big follow through, which really helps on these tight, short hoop strokes.
The Ipswich Massive will be disappointed with that one. There's some support from Suffolk for Mark.
We did see a little comment there that there was an Ipswich boxer, I believe, that had a big victory last night. They said, all right, we got that. Big win for Fabio Wardley last night. So could be 2 Ipswich world champions soon. Farthing with the curse of the chat.
Yeah,
apparently.
Absolutely. Entirely Chris Farthing's fault.
But yeah, so we have gotten a pip has been added to the list of classic Englishisms, great Britishisms. So yeah, the problem is Mark is very close to a finish, but I think Reg is going to have a relatively easy Croquet. The question is, how does he get started?
He's having a real think, isn't he? Because
this is reminiscent of a Fulford defensive leave minus the hit-in. So Fulford has a leave where he puts a ball, I think, over near corner 2 and a ball jawsed in 5, 2 balls in corner 4, so that even though it's a 12 or 13 yarder or even a 10 yarder if you hit the ball in 5, it's a really hard build. And with 2 balls stuck in hoops, neither of those hoops being 1 or 2, it's going to be a really difficult start for Reg. So what do you think he's going to do to build this, Jamie?
It's really hard. I don't think he'll be thinking of a leave. I think he's going to be thinking of how to rush yellow to 1.
Yeah, so that's the only ball not currently stuck in a hoop.
But there is a hoop quite near it, which could make it quite tricky to get a rush down to hoop 1. I think he's going to look at a north rush. I mean, we can't see from here how far the blue is in the jaws of Rover. He's looking at an angle directly to yellow, which he thinks he can get, which would be a fantastic effort.
Yeah, so he's going to... It might have been easier if he could have rushed black toward yellow, but he was, of course, on the north side of black. Now he can rush blue north, but because if it's right in the middle of that hoop, it doesn't rush towards yellow. If it's not quite in the middle of the hoop, he might rush it toward yellow, but it's also harder to hit if that ball is more on the playing side of Rover.
Yeah.
So this is a really touchy shot, especially if he's trying to send black to 2.
But also, it's now 9:40, and he hasn't played a croquet stroke in this game. He's trying to play a precision takeoff, getting a rush on blue, which is in the jaws of rover, to yellow.
Having not played a single croquet stroke yet.
Having not played a touch shot now for...
Right, so that is,
40 minutes.
part of the match tactics we talk about is anytime you're on lawn, your opponent's sitting down. And so if you are having 2 breaks or...
He's overhit it.
Oh, goodness. And, the longer that you are on lawn, the longer your opponent is sitting down, especially if the wind is kicked up and the heat has come and the lawn conditions have changed. So, yeah, Reg has been sitting down, not playing a touch shot for at least 40, 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And he's overcooked that one. And here we are on camera. You could see us sporting our sunglasses because we had the nice bright sun coming this morning. I am Ben Rothman. This is Jamie Birch, world number 2, MAC winner, here commentating on how often do you play these guys? Are these some of your top, most frequent opponents in AC, do you think?
Mark Avery certainly is, because wherever Mark goes, I'm desperate to be near him because he's a croquet god. Reg doesn't play that much, and I don't play that much. So in fact, our paths don't cross that often. It's a great shot. In fact, he's hit. Yeah, that's a really good effort.
How did Red end
I
up
was just
past
wondering.
blue?
I was just wondering exactly the same thing.
Can we get a replay on that, Armando? That was wild. Usually you'd expect if you rush blue
It would've-
northeast, red goes off the east boundary or off the west boundary. How did red go more northeast? That's like what you would get on a half jump.
That was extraordinary.
Something to do with banging off hoop stanchions or something. But yeah, quite a good effort to get get blue closer to yellow. Because again, that hoop 3 is going to be right where he might prefer to land red for a conservative 2-yard rush. But obviously, if he lands right by hoop 3, he might be entirely hampered.
Yeah, I mean, this is a particularly difficult shot because he's playing down the line, down the rush line at an angle. If you hit the angle, he can hit yellow, which he doesn't want to do. He's played it well.
So he had a bad touch shot to 5, and then he's played.
I think he's got away with it,
Well, blue was a bit conservative.
Goodness.
So he got the touch on striker ball, which is the
You guys
priority.
can't see blue
but
yet,
we're
but
about to see just
he's-
how poor
he's actually gonna
the
put it-
line and touch of blue was.
He's going to put it on. I think it's gone within the yard line.
Yeah, blue is just 3 yards out of corner 2 on the north boundary. So it would have made for a good leave.
It may yet be a good leave.
Except that black could have, if he had been hampered on yellow, black could have just run
the
3
hoop.
back down to those
that's
balls.
true. Yeah.
But it might have been a good way to get blue away from the rover hoop. We have had a question in the chat. Do you think he'll go around and peg blue out? And it's
Not now.
It's possible. He only has to do 1 peel, but then he would be giving contact. So we often like to reintroduce kind of these advanced rules that some people are not very familiar with.
Do you know how many TPOs Reg has done?
I do.
Okay. It's not many.
In 1,874 games, Reg has completed 29 TPOs and 9 OTPs. So only 38 times out
that's
of
not many.
1,874. So what was that, 38 out of 1874? Exactly 2% of the time, Reg has done a triple peel on the opponent. Now, that doesn't obviously reflect times that he took an opportunistic single peel or double peel of the opponent to peg him out, but it's just not a game he fancies.
He is a sextupler. That's his strength, is the fact that he's not scared about somebody being on a finishing turn and him breaking down on a sextuple like most of us mortals
Do you
would be.
think because Mark is in a finishing position where if he hits in and has a ball on the lawn, he should be able to get a break going and maybe a straight rover peel to finish? Do you think Reg might have a go at the sextuple leaf to maximize Mark's lift shot or lack of lift shot?
I think a sextuple leave when your opponent is on. If Mark was on the peg, I think he'd go for a sextuple with the peg, just a single peg out as a backup of the opponent. Was he going to do a rover peel on the opponent and peg him out?
Yeah,
and go for a sextuple?
All of it's come into question now because he's just dribbled through or groveled through hoop 1,
Yeah.
and he's looking at a hampered Croquet. So now the whole turn has come into question as to whether he will get a Croquet stroke. I assume he's going to have the hoop put down, so those square carrots are down on the ground,
They
giving
tend
him.
to leave them proud of the lawn early on to be able to then.
Yeah, we'll see David Malouf
There we
there
go.
trying very carefully to put the hoop in without causing too much vibration in the ground,
Not
which would sometimes move Red.
Didn't require a lot of effort, did it? To
The sand
To pop-
courts
to
and it
pop that.
rained overnight. I don't know how hard you expect that ground to be.
that's a gentle tap was all it took.
So as Matthew has said many times before, he favors hitting it from the back and doesn't much worry when it's a straight shot here that these trimmer mallets are quite narrow. You think you're going to probably hit the center of Red without getting very close to the stanchions. So this is kind of a courtesy ref call, I would guess.
I mean, it looks like it's fine from a refereeing point of view.
yeah, whether or not he hits.
The lawns here are quite flat. In the UK, you can hit this in the middle and it not hit the ball that you're intending to go for. Not on every lawn everywhere, but
No, I contend every lawn in the UK.
yeah, okay.
I've been there. It'd be nice to have some grass on those lawns, Jamie.
No need.
Maybe occasionally watering when it hasn't rained for 3 months. Is that a
Unnecessary.
consideration? Get a hose out once in a while. All right.
So,
Got a good
yeah, he's hit
swing.
that right in the
Center
middle.
balled it. Yeah, so
But this is where a pioneer at 2 would be really useful.
we say, I often say, hopefully the first hoop is the hardest.
Well, he
But,
made it look like the hardest, I imagine.
He's not making hoop 2 much easier on this turn. So now he's looking at black, and instead of sending yellow all the way to 3, he's looking at getting a rush on black. Because the best way to kind of build off of blue might be to rush a ball to a ball and then rush to the hoop.
But he is playing a full role here. I think I'd just be taking off.
Yeah. Especially, the full roll might help him eventually build the break. A ball at 4 could become useful. But in terms of a leave, if you don't think you're going to get the break going,
Reg
hanging out,
he always thinks
hanging
he's gonna
out
get the
over
break
by 3 back is probably a bad place to be. All right, we got a comment here. Hello, Palm Beach Final. I've been online at 2 to 3 a.m. for a few days. Hey, that's on you. Go Reg Bamford, Adelaide, Australis. Is that the new
It's
name
Latin.
for the continent down there? I assume that, from Adelaide, Australia, where Reg, I think, won one of his world championships. That was where he beat Robert Fletcher in the final in Game 5. So he has some Adelaide fans. So thank you for watching. These live streams can also be watched during your daytime. It just wouldn't quite be as live, I assume. And Reg has gotten a great rush on that full roll, and he is, in fact, going ball to ball. So I say the equation here is 2 balls together equals a rush.
I think
So,
that's the principle he's going to have to go
If you
for.
hit one ball and it's next to another, you can do a little croquet shot, maybe a takeoff, get a good rush to where you need to go, even if neither of those balls was in the right place. Now, if you can rush one ball to another, you create 2 balls, which then allows you to create a rush.
And he has now got a hoop 4 pioneer because he chose the role. In fact, if he can run hoop 2, which I expect him to,
He's unlikely to have a hoop 3 pioneer.
he just won't have a hoop 3 pioneer.
So he will have had a 26-yard rush from hoop 3 to hoop 1 for this hoop 1 ball. But now he's shortened it. It's going to be a 7-8-yard rush from the north boundary to hoop 2, which, again, was an entirely work created by Reg himself.
Yeah.
With his croquet stroke that nearly club blew off the lawn.
Yeah, but he can run
Run
hoop
2
to the boundary.
Okay, so we'll have a little thrash through here, put on his golf croquet hat. And if he just makes sure blue doesn't have the hoop in the way, he should be able to get a rush on blue, but it will be a 12-yard rush to 3.
Anyone with a decent stop shot could stop shot blue to hoop 3, getting in front of hoop 2.
Maybe you and James Deef.
No, I certainly didn't.
But thank you, Howard, for your insights on the load and hold
Exactly.
mid-break.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's made sure that blue does not have hoop 2 in a line with blue and hoop 3. So that will avoid the furniture conundrum he had trying to get a rush to hoop 1. And so now I think Jamie is right. He's going to just take a big swing at this, put red on the boundary. That'll allow him to put black in lawn as a pivot while getting to blue. Okay. So in developments in the other lawn, Zach Watson had finished his break around. Took 2 tries, but he got around, and then I assume Tom missed, and now Zach is on a finishing turn. So he's a little late in getting the triple going. It's probably a delayed triple, but as we've said this week, getting that first peel is really the big hurdle. And a lot of these players are very confident to finish a delayed double, where you have you get the final 2 peels in the last 3 hoops that you make, or even the straight double, where you have 2 peels in 2 hoops and still peg out.
You get 2 opportunities to peel penalt
from
but
here.
Fall back, you get opportunities, but you put your break at risk. Whereas going for a penalt peel tends not to put your break at risk.
Yeah, if you don't get the 4-back peel in the first 6 hoops, maybe at least jawsed on the way to 1 back.
Another lovely shot there.
It makes
from
it
Reg.
very difficult. So black has gone
rush.
not between 3 and 4, but out in the middle of the lawn as a serviceable pivot, possibly a hoop 5 pioneer if he runs into some adversity. But that 12-yard rush he's played very nicely, full 14 yards, but he should be in good shape now.
Yeah, he slightly overhit it, but I would expect him to cope. The only danger is, like hoop 1, if he ends up with 2 or 3 foot hoop, you can't just smooth it through like you can normally.
He could end up hampered if he goes through gentle, or could end up with a 10-yard return roquet.
So
we'll see which he fancies.
He'll want to play this close to the hoop, which is a danger, because if you overhit it.
All right, so here we're going to see some of these spectators. I believe that is the Murray family that you spoke of, taking care of Mark this week. You can see Sam Murray in blue and his wife holding the daughter.
After this week.
There's Jay Carey of the Carey Foundation, Chris and Karen Weiss, who you can see in the corner of the screen, are also supporters of this broadcast. So a lovely crowd of World Championship players. And there on the south veranda, you can see our vendors, where we have White Tie Croquet and Oakley Woods mallets and PFC Hoopmaker mallets represented. And our other sponsor is Invictus Croquet. And that's all they want me to say about that. They supply our balls, the X ball, which, as we've talked about, has been one of praised to be like one of the most regular, similar shaped balls. You don't get one ball in the set that's a little bit egg shaped or a little bigger than the rest. They're very consistent, very round, and with the new milling, they do have a bit of pull, but they rush really well. I think they're really consistent. I think it's a great new bit of equipment we have to get used to in these years. How have you found the Invictus balls, Jamie?
Well, like you say, they do rush well. I've only ever played with them brand new out the box, and sometimes I found a slightly odd reaction when rushing, and I did get stuck in like a 6-inch hoop, which I'm putting down to the ball entirely. Couldn't have been my fault.
Oh yeah,
so,
absolutely couldn't be. Hi from Cairo. Hello, Amir Ramses, former WCF president. So yes, good luck for both players, and congratulations to Mo Karem, who I think had probably the best showing of an Egyptian ever, certainly in his first World Championship. There have been 3 other Egyptians to play in the AC World Championships. Can you think of any of them, Jamie?
No.
All right. Well, I know.
Ahmed Ahmadi.
I was trying to give myself 10 seconds to look it up, and you just
sorry.
just
I'm new to this.
Snubbed immediately. Quick answered. All right, maybe you can answer this question from Chris O'Byrne.
Who?
Will Mark be beating himself up, or is he good at putting that stuff out of his mind? Did that get into his mind in the first place? Is my question.
I think he'll be beating himself up just a tiny bit. It's very hard, and like I say, Reg is what one might consider to be quite a deliberate player. So Mark's going to have lots of time to think about this error that he's made.
Even if Reg just takes 9, you think?
I mean,
hello.
Absolutely. So yeah, really, Mark is going to be sitting there ruining ruin his mistake, I'm sure. But once he walks back on the lawn, I don't think it'll be on his mind at all.
Okay, well,
Great
that's good.
question, though, Chris.
I have heard, the Leo McBride actually used to offer a bit of good advice once in a while before he stopped talking to me. But one of his bits of advice is that you don't want to bottle it up. You don't want to ignore it. But, allow yourself 15, 30 seconds to, beat yourself up, be upset, and then move on and make your next shot. And even in American rules, with 45 seconds, you can spend 15 saying, what a horrible shot. Why didn't you swing? What happened there? And then you just take a breath, put it out of mind, and go play. And so I think while he's got a lot of time to ruminate on it, that also hopefully allows him to move on and focus on the task at hand and put a good swing on the ball.
I think sometimes the easier the opportunity you have, the worse you feel. If you get unlucky or you hill off something, then you can sort of get over it. But when Mark, he would have thought he was 1-0 up. But the good thing is he'll walk on the lawn in about an hour's time, and he'll have a lift shot probably, and only one peel to do if he hits. So he'll know that he can still win this game in one turn. So he won't be dwelling on it by then. And in fact, already now, I'm sure he's got over it.
I believe the Ted Lasso quote is, "Be like a goldfish." Goldfish has a 30-second memory. All right, and we can see Reg from multiple angles.
He's shaking his head.
There is an update from the other lawn. I believe that Zach Watson is progressing on his triple. All right, so Zach has 2 of the peels done, and he's gotten the peelie down to rover, so it's looking quite good. He's for 4 back and peg on a finishing turn in game 1 of the Shield. So I was able, while we, let's see, do you know where we can get an appropriate deadness board? I do. CroquetScore.com, one of our sponsors, Oakley Woods Croquet, for all your croquet needs, including dead boards, solid stripes. Ask about secondaries, tertiaries, could be fun. But yeah, Don Oakley has all your croquet needs covered at www.croquetScore.com, S-T-O-R-E. So I did look up our Egyptian players. So thank you, Amir Ramses, for your watching and cheering on both players. We had 3 other Egyptian players have played in the AC World Championships. Jamie, did you have time to come up with a guess to any of the 3?
Ahmed Al-Mahdi.
There you go.
I knew that one, but no, I can't think who the other one could be.
We had Walid Waban and Magd El Sagini. So if I go through the rankings, let's see, we had 4 wins out of 6 in 2001 for Magd El Sagini. Walid Waban, just trying to pull it up on my phone. We wait for Reg. He played in 4 different years.
Wow.
I'm not sure they were all world championships, but 97, 01, 02, and 05. Only 2 wins in 27 games, which, it's hard to transition from golf croquet, where you have no 2-ball strokes, or very rarely, vanishingly rare, would the balls be in contact and you want to play a croquet stroke, to a game that almost the entire game is built around your ability to control the croquet stroke. And then we have El Mahdi, who is a GC world champion. He has played some games in 01, 02, 05, and I believe the 2013 World Championships. Maybe that's not the World Championships 2013, but he has 7 wins out of 37 games. So I guess Magd El Sagini was kind of the most wins in his 4 of 6. I'm just going to double check, see if that was in fact a World Championship or if that was it was the qualifier for the Worlds. Including beating Tom Coles, who was here at this tournament.
Yeah. That wasn't enough to make the main event by the looks of it. So.
Or maybe he hadn't booked the flight. I don't know. He 4 of 6 somehow didn't work. But we have Mo Karem this week getting 3 wins in the block, which was really a great showing, beating Kiwi John Versey and Sharif Abdulwahab, expat from Egypt, who's been playing in America, playing the GC, AC, and American for a long time, so not exactly a newcomer. No. Mo Karem lost to Tom Coles, So Tom Cole's there, bookending the Egyptian experience here at the Worlds. And then he even has a win in the plate. So Mo Karem here with 4 wins in his first ever tournament. He started playing AC in July.
Yeah, first ever AC tournament.
July, folks.
It's a fantastic effort from Mo.
Just a great showing. He had breaks going all around the court. I was expecting, I was trying to talk to him and coach him up and tell him, how to lean on his single ball shot and how to use drive shots, takeoffs. And if you're gonna have to do a roll shot, only learn 1 or 2. You got your drive shot, learn a half roll, learn a full roll, just hit those and then rely on your single ball shot. And then I told him, tell me at the end of the day how long your breaks are. Did you get 3 hoops in a turn? Did you get 4? He goes, I went around.
Yeah.
Just
he's
absolutely amazing.
He's going for triples.
He's a fantastic effort, and I look forward to having him and maybe other Egyptians in the AC tournaments to come.
I spoke to him yesterday, and he said he really enjoyed it and definitely wants to continue his journey into association croquet. So, it's great. It's great for the sport.
So Reg is now for 6 after these long deliberations.
He has made 5.
All right, and Zach, meanwhile, has just completed a straight rover and looking at maybe being a bit hampered on his short ball. No, he's got it. So now he's got to look at, the peel only went through by a foot and a half. So we might see some sort of bombard over on Zach's lawn. That could be exciting, but we have most of our cameras focused on the main event here. So we'll let you know how that effort goes, or if Zach could just rush, to 4-yard peg out with a clever rush, a well-judged rush around the hoop. But he's got all 3 peels in game 1, which puts him as pretty much the favorite.
Oh, I think he's
for this Shield final.
I don't want to put a commentator's curse on it, but I think he's going to be 1-0 up in about 2 minutes.
All right, so what was Reg thinking about with all this?
Honestly, I don't know.
Is he trying to figure out the best way to get the 4th ball involved or whether or not to peel? Looks like he might be peeling 3-back here. So is he, instead of leaving Mark 4 hoops to organize a straight rover, he's trying to get Mark on a lift hoop with fewer hoops to get a straight rover?
Well, he was very disappointed at hoop 4.
If Reg set the new standard or the mom standard often, I might understand why he doesn't want there to be a ball for 3-back, because you're generally going to leave a ball at 3-back and 2 balls near 3-back.
Maybe that's what he's thinking. I mean, I've never seen him do anything other than a diagonal spread or a
he doesn't even like popping
lead,
through 1 to set a diagonal spread. This is
so I'm really surprised he's going. Given how hard it's been for peeling, if he just misjudges the pull here, it's not implausible that black will bounce out to the side and yellow can, red can just hit that ball and end up nowhere near yellow.
Hit the peg. He did have a roll shot going to a penalt peel where he rolled from 3-back to the penalt ball, and his striker ball ended up in the jaws of penalt, ending, leaving him unable to hit either of the 2 balls. So he's managed to get red away from hoop 6.
I mean, red's
and
good.
A nice rush on yellow. But yeah, as you presupposed, just hard to judge the pull on those roll peels. So Zach has finished with a plus 17 TP, so 26-9, which is a pretty standard score. Jamie, what makes that like a normal score? What does 26-9 really mean?
So generally speaking, the first break of a game goes to 4-back, which is 9 hoops. And if that lift gets hit, the opponent then also makes 9 hoops. So whoever then wins with a TP next turn, whether they hit the lift or miss the lift, means that you win 17, normally 17 TP.
Yeah,
in
so
that
that's
instance.
plus 17 being the difference between 26 and 9.
Yeah.
Which is the easy way to refer to it, even though we don't really care about net points in AC generally. I did have some people wonder if my tying for 4th in the block was going to be decided by my great advantage in net hoops. because that is a stat listed on Croquet scores
Right.
next to your wins. And I had to disabuse them of the notion that anybody here cared about net hoops. That no, Lachlan and I will be playing a game because head-to-head and net hoops, even triples, like none of that is really a good tiebreaker or
No.
excuse
It's
for having the same amount of wins in the same amount of
It's
games.
very hard to have a decent tiebreaker in AC.
In shortened tournaments, Danny Honeycutt, American, and the pro at the Beach Club, which was kind enough to lend us 2 courts for most of the week, he often favors a one-ball game
Yeah,
as a
right.
tiebreaker in an AC tournament.
Absolutely.
When you're short on time, trying to figure out which of these 2 players deserves to make the knockout, instead of basing it on past play or having a 2.5-hour game, just go out there and play a one-ball game of AC, which tends to be quite quick. How quick can a one-ball game go, or how long? What do
That's
you
the
think?
problem, though. You see, because once you get somebody that starts thinking, using their brain, I don't like to do that when I play. So my one-ball games don't last very long. But what I think is better than that, and generally quicker, is a blind one-ball, 2-ball break, where you start in corner 4, go as far as you like, as far as you can. Your opponents don't know how far you've got unless you've been like an hour, and then it's fair to assume that you've made about 24 hoops.
Armando, the score's not up to date. Do I refresh the page?
The internet went down.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So you find that, I often tell people there's kind of a difference between doing your analysis of what shot you should do, and then you have to kind of turn off that part of your brain and just swing straight.
Yeah.
It sounds like you've skipped the step and you just focus on swinging straight and not worrying about the analysis bit. So I think I wrote an article years and years ago about the nerd versus the jock, which was, you bring out the nerd for the analysis of should we do a TPO? What are the best strokes to play from this position? And then you say, great, thank you for all those insights. And you tell that part of your brain to go sit down. And then you bring out the jock and say, hit that ball there hard. And the jock goes, okay.
Yeah.
You just hit straight, hit that ball. And it's like, okay, good. And the nerd comes out, goes, maybe we should do a wide split shot. You go, great, go sit down. You tell the jock, aim here, hit about this hard. And you just focus on, the motor cortex instead of engaging the frontal lobes of your brain with planning and all that.
Obviously, everyone is different, and Reg is very good at pausing and thinking and being able to play. If I pause and think, generally speaking, my next shot will not be, I like to have rhythm. I like to make a plan.
The rhythm and flow, getting in the zone, staying in that.
I just, I couldn't play like Reg does. I know that. I couldn't slow myself down, and he's not happy again.
I think he was hoping to roll up to a 4 to 6 inch hoop shot, and the fact that it's a foot back, he's been disappointed because again, these hoops can bite you.
What do you think he's now planning to do, though?
Run it 4 yards past blue.
But leave-wise, are you just thinking he's going for a spread
I assume
now?
diagonal. I might think that as little variety as Reg likes in his leaves, we might see a reverse diagonal, just because Mark's back ball is over for the east side.
You don't want to leave 2 balls at Mark's hoop.
Yeah, so I might fancy it's black that's at 3 back. So have black be an east side ball, blue at the peg, and I would be trying to put blue unrushable to 3 back.
Absolutely.
And then
it's perfect for
red
that,
and
isn't
yellow over on the west side. And the idea is for Mark to finish, he has to play black. Black has an opportunity to build a break and possibly get that final peel. If Mark plays blue, he could make a hoop, but in no way could he do 4 peels, even in a fantastical theoretical world. 4 peels and a peg out would involve some grand number of bombards at the end. So the idea is if you can make black's build as difficult as possible, you have a chance that even if Mark hits, you will get another shot in this match, this game.
Yeah, and that's why I'm wondering, because he was going for a 3-back peel, I still think he's thinking of doing a normal diagonal spread.
Yeah.
And he's just thinking, when Mark misses, I've got a process of a delayed TP.
Doesn't want to have to think.
He knows that.
He wants
like the back of his hand.
to play the rote memory of the many diagonal spread TPs he's done.
Whereas a reverse diagonal spread.
Goodness, 937
that's a lot.
TPs he's done before.
How many of those TPs has he done from a reverse diagonal spread?
Well, I imagine some percent of those are from hitting in on someone else's leave.
Of course.
But I would wager at least 600 of them are from a traditional diagonal.
I would wager that.
Like 2/3 of those are just the opponent missed the lift and Reg said, "Oh, I know where these balls are."
Yeah.
And he just, put the needle in the groove.
Absolutely.
And just played from rote memory. These are all shots he's done dozens of times before.
And that's why I think he was going for the...
Sometimes while looking into the bathroom mirror, just pure visualization of his break. And
I think half his TPs are that, aren't they? And they still count in the rankings, I think.
Yeah, somehow Stato has included the bathroom TP. That's Reg's stat. But yeah, Reg has talked a little bit about the woo-woo stuff and the creative visualization and how he gets a lot of practice not with the mallet, and that he is visualizing the shots and trying to convince his body that he's feeling the same feelings he would feel with the sun beating down on him and the wind on his shirt, and visualizing all of these shots one by one. And I have admit, when I'm particularly bored, like getting an MRI or a CT scan, I have gone over like the 79 shots of like a triple or a sextuple in my head. But maybe not quite with the attention that Reg pays to making sure he remembers each time he adjusts his hat and, wipes, his hands off on his shorts before each shot. Mine is just more kind of ball to here, ball to there. A redward ball, a blueward rush.
All the standard, just the standard
terminology.
lingo.
Yeah. I'm trying to add to the glossary on the Oxford English site, see if we can bury hard banana down low on the list and get redword.
Of the famous hard banana. Your jargon is ingrained in sporting history now. Once it's been on A Question of Sport in the UK, you've made it.
I know not of what you're referring, Jamie, and I certainly encourage listeners to not look it up.
The Ben Rothman hard banana is famed.
But here we have Reg. We'll see now if he puts this to the west side, we're going to see a reverse. Oh, look at that. Some innovations.
He has actually.
Has Howard inspired Reg to innovate?
No. But
we've got a reverse diagonal coming where he's gonna put the balls on the west side instead of the east.
Yeah.
That should allow for an easier pickup of the fourth ball. The defensive shot at a diagonal is missing to corner 4, which then you usually wouldn't really get a handle of that ball till after hoop 3, which delays the triple. And if you set a reverse diagonal, the defensive shot puts a ball either south of 3, middle of north boundary, or corner 2, both of which could be gathered in and incorporated into the break before hoop 3, which would possibly allow for the standard triple.
Yeah.
So I think this is a chance for Reg to set a very familiar leave and yet get an easier triple attempt out of it.
So why don't people do a reverse diagonal spread all the time if it's easier?
I think the problem is when the opponents are standard clips, 1-in-1 or 1-in-4 back, you really don't want them to have an easy start if they hit in.
Okay.
And so if you have all the balls on the west side of the court and they're for hoop 1 or for hoop 2, if they hit in, they're going to get going 90% of the time, or a high percentage. They're going to get the break built, make hoop 1. But with Mark's ball for 3 back, the ball Mark would very much prefer to play, setting a reverse diagonal actually puts everything farther from Mark's hoop.
Yeah, so it makes perfect sense.
So yeah, if you have the opponents for 1-in-1 and say they lift the east side ball, if they hit in and there's a ball at the peg and they're now ball in hand next to a ball on the west boundary, they're going to end up with a pioneer at 2, a rush to hoop 1, and a pivot ball, all before they shoot a single hoop.
Yeah.
So the break is just in hand at that point.
So most people would jeopardize a standard TP in order to make your opponent's life more difficult should they hit.
Yeah, and so I think that's part of what we might see here is Reg
is
putting blue
extraordinary,
up
though.
against the peg.
But why did he not lay a rush pointing westwards, like you would with a standard diagonal spread?
You mean blueward?
I mean blueward.
No, you're right.
And
Westward
and
rush.
Croquet it over. He's played to get a rush eastward, and then
Could we see?
and then take off to
is
blue,
he-
which is behind the peg.
If he could be doing an extraordinarily defensive leave, like something Fulford might do is rush this off the east boundary and dare them to play blue. If you put black in a really
Yeah.
inconvenient position so that it would be harder for Reg to build a break, you force Mark to consider playing blue as a defensive tactic if you left black on the east boundary. But that was obviously not what he had planned. And so we're going to see him almost leaving this in like a reverse new standard position.
No, he's
It
going to
could
try
work.
and get it as close to the boundary as possible. But
Yeah, I
he's
agree
just,
with
what
you.
he's done is he's created a situation where he's got to play a series of good shots. Whereas if he had a rush pointing west, he could just do what we always do when we lay a diagonal spread. All the shots are exactly the same. As it happens, he's played a very good shot.
Right, but exactly the same, especially if you're watching from our vantage point on the north side of the lawn and you confuse east and west. They would look very much exactly the same if he had rushed over. And generally, a trick that Jeff Sue and many others have pointed out in break play is a way to keep good control is have your striker ball travel less on the court.
Yeah.
Have your striker ball travel across the lawn as ball in hand
It's a
with
great
a
rule
rush.
of thumb.
So if he had rushed black 20 feet, 10 feet west of blue, his striker ball would only be rolling on the ground for 10 to 15 feet. Instead, he's played it so he had to take off 40 feet from black to blue, and thus he might have a little less precision here on his rush on blue
I mean, he
and
played a great
positioning
shot.
blue.
The further you are away from blue, with that takeoff he played, the much less likely you are to get a good diagonal spread. And he really doesn't want blue rushable to three back. He really needs this blue tight to the peg to prevent rushable to one, but not rushable to three back.
All right, so we have a bit of an update on the other lawn. They've started game 2, and Zach had a first chance at a break, but Stuffed Hoop won. And so it looks like Tom Balding is in play, but it looks like he's failed to get position at one. Yeah. So now Tom is playing some... Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on. But Tom has just made a roquet. If that was a scatter, it was horrible, and he doesn't look disappointed. So Tom is in control, and we'll see if he can get the first break round. In a match, Jamie, how important is it to bounce back from a loss and get the first break around?
I mean, it's great. I don't know how important it is, but it's really nice to equalize.
Oh, so Reg looks like he's got that ball nice and tight to the peg.
Yeah.
It might not be rushable to one.
It doesn't rush to one or three back.
So he's hampered Mark's efforts at getting a rush to three back, but he's also really hampered his own efforts
And it
to
doesn't.
get a rush
It
to
also
one.
doesn't rush to two or three.
Impressive.
So
That is a very difficult position to get. It only rushes
Yeah,
to.
and
It doesn't rush to 5 or 6.
the downside
Are
also.
you sure it doesn't rush to 3? It's got to rush to a hoop. Did he find a position against the peg that it literally rushes to nowhere?
I bet he could rush it to 6 by clubbing it as hard as possible into the peg and bouncing it.
I think he could get it within a couple yards of 3.
But the problem now he's got is he needs a rush to 1 from somewhere. And because it's a reverse diagonal spread, if it was a normal diagonal spread, you can actually lay your balls with a rush to hoop 1. Whereas laying up on the west boundary means if he wants a rush to hoop 1, he's going to give Mark a double. So he may just lay up in corner 2 with a 1 foot rush pointing south and giving Mark a 13-yarder and
But-
saying, try finishing from that. And it's not going to be easy if Mark hits a 13-yard.
Right. So this is where when I played Logan with a similar leave, although he was 2 and 4 back, but I put that ball up against the peg unrushable to 2. He just lifted to the south boundary and had a thrash at the peg ball, rushed it over to 3, took off to my balls, got his rush, and away he goes.
Yeah.
At least in this case, if Mark were to hit blue or hit Reg's corner 2 ball, he has a really long rush to 3 back.
I mean, obviously hitting anything is great at this point. Yeah. How far is the peg from bulk? You know that sort of thing.
16 and a half yards.
Okay, so he's not going to choose a 16 and a half
Plus
yarder.
or minus.
He's not going to choose that over a 13-yarder, though. So I don't think...
I mean, I think the reason Logan took the shot is that the issue is it gives away less to the opponent. But in this case, it would give away a lot to put a ball south of 1.
So he'd have to shoot from the end of B bulk, not the very end, obviously.
Right, again, that's where my plus or minus is. So we're talking a 16 to 17-yarder.
But even then, you're putting a ball on the south boundary, and Reggie's going to have a rush. Probably. I mean,
right.
It's a
And
bit
even
hard
if
to
you
know.
hit, you then have a 33-yard rush to your hoop, which is not high odds.
It's not only that, it's that you're still making... If Mark hits and does a 33-yard rush to 3 back, he's still not guaranteed to get any rush to 4 back.
Okay, so we're having problems updating the scores with the internet issues. So we're going to take the scores off, and we'll just kind of let you know what's going on. So right now, Reg is setting the leave. Reg is for 4 back and 1.
Yeah.
Mark having stuffed 3 back with 2 peels done. He is for rover and 3 back. So I think each player is potentially on a finishing turn. If Mark is able to hit in with black, he could get 1 peel. And Reg, if he is able to get in with yellow, he could have a triple. In the other game, Tom crashed and burned at some point, and now Zach is playing. So Zach is up a game and now likely to get the first break around. Yeah, I think I like my assessment of crash and burned. I think that he did hit all 3 balls, so got 7 shots on that turn. So having sat down for Zach's triple peel, he did get 7 shots, including 3 croquet strokes of practice. But now Zach is up and running again. So Zach has a chance to go up a game and a break in a best of 3, which is very close to a match finishing turn if he's able to get around to 4 back on this turn. Reg has finished setting the leave. He did not take Jamie's advice, so no tight to corner 2, rush to 1. He set a rush across potentially to the peeling hoop to 4 back. Also, he could rush that to black. He could rush it to blue, but as we said, I don't think blue really rushes to any hoop. Not 3 back, where Mark would want to rush it, not 1, where Reg would want to rush it. So this is going to be an interesting choice by Mark.
It means that Mark can legitimately, I think, go for blue now. Because Reg doesn't have a rush pointing to the...
He could rush to 2 and take off, move blue off the peg, take off, and then he'd have a 7-yard roll up to
absolutely.
1.
But it's not... whereas if Reg had a rush pointing south, you don't want a ball anywhere near the south boundary.
Now, could Reg cut red out to the peg and do some sort of bombard to free up blue?
Absolutely he could, but it's
that,
quite difficult.
We'd have to do all the ad reads. I imagine there'd be a 5-minute look round before he played that stroke. If he rushed to within 3 yards of blue, we'd have a 5-minute ad break at that point.
I think my main issue with this leave now is Mark has a 14-yarder at yellow. If he hits it, he can croquet yellow in lawn, getting a rush to 3 back.
Zach has had some sort of load and hold. He sent black down to 2, getting position at 1 from at least 8 yards away. And the other 2 balls are near each other on the east boundary. So something is going very aggressive. Currently well, but there's a lot going on over there to entertain the crowd on the veranda. He's made one all the way down to his black ball at 2. So he's on a 2-ball break, with his partner and an opponent ball together on the east boundary. Not a traditional build by any stretch, Jamie, but he is currently running. So Zach is for hoop 2.
I mean,
I guess you could call it technically the first break of the game, but it's kind of a break.
Is a break
build
does a break
in progress.
involve more than one hoop? Do you think?
No, I once played doubles with Micah Beck in the New England Regionals and American Rules, and there were many times I would attack, get him a 3-ball break, and when he came back to the sideline, he let me know that he successfully ran a 1-wicket break.
Okay.
So that is a thing, I'm told. A 1-wicket break.
So Mark has opted to play the peg ball. The ball at the peg. It's not a rover ball. It's for rover.
Why on earth? He just thought his odds of getting going with black would be so slim
difficult.
that he'd take a short shot, and his plan must be score 1 hoop, have a leave.
Absolutely.
Oh, he's
Hasn't
just
missed it.
missed it.
So this makes Reg's pickup easier now he's played blue. That's the thing
He
I'm
took
more
the
surprised.
ball off the peg.
That's
that
the
was
thing I'm most
unrushable.
surprised about is that Reg can approach hoop 1 off partner as well and get a ball to 2.
And black is on lawn, so after 1 or 2, he could go over and incorporate black in the break before hoop 3. Things are looking good for a standard triple attempt here. An easy pickup for the standard. Could Mark have shot the same short shot with black and it would have made this much tougher? I guess that would have still given Reg the build with not having to hit blue until after
If I'm
hoop 1.
shooting at Reg's balls, I'm doing it with black. And I'm backing myself to play 3 or 4 really good shots and win that turn.
Yeah, a good
Because-
long rush to 3 back from where
And it's not going
red
to be
is.
easy, but I still like to have the potential finish in my hands. I don't want to give
Put the
Reg
game on your mallet.
Absolutely. Put the
Instead
game on
of
my mallet.
getting one, potentially having to make some good shots. Rushing from black to rover wouldn't be a particularly difficult rush. Not as bad as a 30-yard rush to 3 back. But the issue is just you'd have to make good shots, including a hit-in, to still put it on Reg's mallet. He could hit in and finish.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
not going to have a leave having scored 1 hoop that's going to be perfect. But it might be a 25-yarder for Reg. But you're not going to have a crosswire and a 30-yarder, I don't think, with only 1 hoop scored.
Not with 1 hoop and not with the position of the balls.
Oh, goodness, Reg. A little far with yellow. Should be able to cut this down. There has been some discussion of with the milling, the cut rushes kind of have some extra pull. Now, I'm not entirely sure. I would assume that if there is pull on the cut rush, it's similar to a croquet stroke where it would spin toward where the striker ball ended up. So if you're hitting right of center, I imagine red might spin a little bit to Reg's right. But I'm also not entirely convinced that the pull on a cut rush is significant. And
I think certainly you can get a rush where the striker's ball jumps or rides up a little bit if like we described it as a cog earlier.
catching the gear.
And if you just catch it slightly wrong, then you can get a bad contact. That was a great contact. I think yesterday Reg had one that was an iffy contact. But I expect Reg to win this, even though he hasn't even made hoop 1 yet. I'm now expecting this to be a Reg Bamford game 1 victory.
All right. So again, we had, I think it was a 5th turn break by Mark, a 7th turn triple attempt where just as soon as it was looking in hand, he had jaws the rover peel, had an easy 3-back hoop. He kind of stabbed at it. And the hoop bit him back.
Yeah, he won't want to watch that one again.
Reg was able to recover and immediately run that break around, right? It was a long rush from 3 to 1.
Given where the positions of the balls were, it was a fantastic break.
But Reg failed to pop. Yeah, Reg failed to. I think the scores are pretty good at the moment. Reg failed to get a pop. He was trying to peel a ball through 3 back. I mean, the scores are currently up to date. I'm not sure what he wants me to do.
Our internet feed is down on that.
Oh,
line,
just.
so they can't see it.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. So Reg is now through hoop 1 and got a rush over to that black ball.
I mean, Mark's choice of shot gave Reg a standard TP if he missed it, which was, was probably going to be the case, whatever shot he took. unless, yeah.
So yeah, this is so that was a possible 7th turn finish for Mark. On the 8th turn, Reg got the break around, no pops, set a reverse diagonal, and now on the 9th turn, Mark missed a 14-yarder, I think, because that wasn't far out of the corner, maybe 15 yards. Was it level with 2?
I reckon it was slightly south. Let's say 14 and a half.
All right, 14 and a half. What is that in meters, Jamie?
Yeah, it's about.
Is that how many furlongs might that be? Do we have any other English, measurement systems we could use? Yeah, it's how weighty was that shot in Mark's head? How many stone would that have been? So yeah, a 14 to 15 yarder, and now Reg is able to send the peeling ball down to the peeling hoop. See if it dribbles through here and gets him going extraordinarily quickly. Short there, but he made sure to get a rush on the pivot ball, so he should be able to not have a long takeoff with striker. This is where he's going to shorten the distance that the striker has to roll on the grass, which limits any possible, variabilities, all of the chances of hitting furniture or slowing down. He's going to try to rush black all the way across the lawn, blueward to the northwest corner toward the blue ball, and that would allow him to have a nice, easy drive shot to send black either to a pivot or all the way to hoop 3 going to blue. What do you fancy? Do you fancy like a pivot ball kind of in peg high or south of red, or would you just send black to 3?
So, if red was better, I don't care where black is. Truthfully, it can be somewhere
Corner 1.
Corner 1, easy. I think with red where it is, I think I fancy my chances of positioning red and then making the hoop off black.
So this is where a small issue with his rush out of 1, it was pointed due east, and I think he could have cut it south.
He definitely could.
Toward corner 4. And then he would have had room with a stop shot or a drive shot or a third roll to send red all the way to hoop 3. And it might have dribbled through the hoop, very unlikely, but good to have a go at it.
Stephen Mulliner said that he always lines it up.
Right.
Just on the off chance. Why not?
And then if he had been able to give red enough momentum to get all the way to hoop 3, like you said, black's position becomes absolutely trivial. Somewhere in the middle of the lawn is fine.
It's a lovely
now,
shot.
because
he now has a pioneer.
He was a little careless with his rush after hoop 1, he got the rush on black, which was important, but didn't get red all the way to the hoop. And now he's a little out of sorts. I'm sure he's recovered from positions like this, but it's just he's created some busy work.
I mean, absolutely. And the fact is, it's not ideal purely because if you don't get a rush out of 2, you then have to play a croquet stroke, a big croquet stroke to red. And then you've got to try and get red in front of 4 back going to black. Things can go wrong here.
All right. So again, for those of you wondering, we're having some issues with the scoreboard. Mark is for 3 back and rover. So black is the 3 back ball. Reg is for 2 and 4 back. So he's built a good chance to get a standard TP going here to put away game 1 of the finals. In game 2 of the Shield final on the court next door, we had Zach somehow didn't make hoop 2 off of his spectacular 2-ball break, and now Tom is in play.
But,
so it is
fact,
1-1 versus 1 and 2.
There's been a whole other 2 turns as well, where Tom failed to get in front of hoop 1, and Zach missed. So Tom is in play.
So they had a pretty clean game 1 where Zach Watson had 26-9 with a triple peel. So it looked like very clean clips.
Yep.
And I'm not sure there's a ton of interactivity. I think Zach had a failure on the first break, but then eventually got around, got the triple on his third break. And now, they're having a very interactive game
this
2.
one wouldn't be described as a clean game. But in a way, it's more exciting to watch when people make errors and go for big rolls and, for Zach to be loading and holding at
hoop 1 on a 2-ball break with the opponent near his partner ball. That is a high-risk maneuver.
Okay, so Reg has played a good shot.
So he's opted to go to the peeling ball as pivot, whereas normally you'd make hoop 3 off the peeling ball and be able to position it right behind the hoop while you approach the hoop. So this is, again, a little bit out of sorts, but he's going to try to position red. Problem is, if he was going to go to red first, I really fancy black like level with hoop 3 so that you can just position
absolutely.
red and then hit black from where you are. Where he is now, he has to rush red to position, and he has very limited options with how to shape it up on a takeoff to black. But of course, he needed one good stroke to get red the right distance, and now he's got it. So we've got the scoreboard back up. I believe the scores are correct, except Reg is now for hoop 3. Let me see if I can get that updated. And maybe I'll even try to get some matching colors. What do you think, Jamie? Do we like the gold yellow background or the like bright yellow background? Give me some painter's eye here.
Well, I mean, in our club, the yellow is much more like Zach Watson's yellow than Reg Bamford's yellow. But you can certainly see the 3 very clearly. So
going with, what would you call that? Like a goldenrod instead of a yellow. Please help me out with your painter's eye. I want to know.
Yeah. Well,
some expertise here.
I don't know.
No, that's not it. What the? They've got custom colors. Who knew? Oh, I'm just trying to make the yellows match. Custom colors.
Meanwhile, Reg was not happy with his takeoff because he's pushed red slightly further than he would have liked. So again, he can't get hoop and Roquet here.
Just trying to make sure they all
So he has to run this hoop with control. I don't know if you guys can see, but his shirt is blowing in the wind. It is still quite blustery out there. The flags are...
well, do you know Reg's theory on inclement weather conditions? How he finds a way to be comfortable?
I do not.
He has decided that it's almost like a Michael Jordan mindset where he fancies that he enjoys the weather conditions one iota more than his opponents. He decides it bothers them more than it bothers him. And then, that competitive nature makes him feel like he has an advantage. And so yesterday he was telling us if the wind is blowing, he thinks, blow, baby, blow. Because
he'll deal with it
in his mind, he is going to deal with it better than any opponent.
He loves the rain, and he loves the humidity, and he loves the sun.
And part of his woo-woo stuff, I think he was at Nottingham. He did a long interview you can find on YouTube where he talks about some of the woo-woo. And he says that there was a match he was playing out on a windswept hilltop, and it started raining sideways, and he was wearing much what he was wearing today, just shorts and a cotton shirt, and getting absolutely soaked. But he said before the match, he sat in his car. I'm sure it was a rented Maserati or something.
Yeah, exactly.
And he psyched himself up to think that it's a balmy, sunny day in South Africa or Mallorca, and he's going to enjoy it. And he mentally put himself in that weather, and then out while his opponent is in full rain kit. Long pants,
looking
oil
miserable.
slicks. Yeah, just having the rain drip down their head. Reg is out there fully soaked through his whites, and yet decided that mentally he was in Mallorca on a sunny day. So you can see he did the non-split, little no pull there. Just made sure to hit a straight,
It was
I think,
almost
drive
the exact
shot.
same position that Mark was in, actually. And
But
Mark
was the
opted
escape
for the
ball
split.
a little bit different?
No, it's
when
almost
Mark's?
exactly the same. But Mark opted to play the split and have a straight rush, and Reg has opted to play a straight peel and have an angled rush.
It looks like the rush has left him a little bit compromised. Now, he positioned black knowing where blue was. So Tony Stevens has told me if blue is east of 4, you set the escape rush to the east.
To the east, absolutely.
But I think because red was a little bit east, maybe Reg opted to have black on the west side, and now he's compromised his hoop 5 Pioneer a wee bit. Should still be fine. It's within a couple of yards, but just not to a tidy standard that maybe Tony Stevens would like.
But if he ends up taking off to black, you either want black close to the hoop or maybe slightly north or level with the hoop.
Yeah, I like
So
it
I'm
level,
surprised-
but
I'm
within a
surprised-
yard, and now it's 2 yards.
I'm surprised he's pushed it that far south.
Oh, we see Tom's ball making an appearance here on the north boundary.
Yeah.
Who's in play over there, Tom? All right, I can change the arrows. Any idea what hoop he's on, Jamie? What hoop is Tom contesting with that black ball?
It's really hard to tell.
Sometimes he's a bit all over the place.
I mean, there is
Nothing
a ball,
looks like a break.
there's
Does
a ball at
anything
hoop
resemble?
4. There's a ball at hoop 4, and the other 2 balls are here on the west boundary.
I'm going to go ahead and claim that black's for hoop 3. We'll correct it if it's wrong.
Yeah, no,
Now,
well, he's got a rush to.
Reg has given himself an angled hoop, but again, with the even hoops, you can have a thrash to the boundary.
And Reg has such a solid hoop stroke. He won't mind thrashing through this.
And we can see there in the background, this court sponsor is the WP Carey Foundation, doing good while doing well is their logo. And they are actually not only helping sponsor this court and this event, they are a proud supporter of this event, but the J. Carey has made a very unique mallet to give to the winner of this event. And Reg with a nice rush backup lawn, not where he'd like it, but good enough to get to the peely. If Armando could show our viewers this wonderful, unique mallet with about as peripherally end-weighted as you could get. The weight behind all 4 corners and large brass ends for that peripheral weighting, engraved to say 2025 AC World Champion. So what are your thoughts on this unique mallet, Jamie?
I mean, it's unique. I'd like to hit some balls with it before I, and I would love to. I love trying out new equipment.
Yeah, we can even see there's like depressions behind the brass so that even on the brass end faces, it's peripherally weighted around the corners of the rounded square end faces.
Yeah, I love the engraving on the ends. I think that's a really cool touch.
Yeah, and then the idea is in these gusty winds, which I think we just got news, it was 16 mile per hour winds out there.
And the gusts are 27.
There is nothing on the side of this mallet that would catch much wind.
Yeah.
Now, it might whistle, but it won't be blown around in the wind the way that some of these other mallets are catching it.
You could attach a couple of harmonicas to the sides.
Right. There was back home, the Golden Gate Bridge, they put up some railings, and people who lived near to that area were complaining because there was a weird low like humming coming when there were gusty winds because some engineer had put them in just the right position.
Yeah, have a low hum.
They would like all hit this odd wavelength and give the whole Bay Area and just an ominous noise in the background of a windy day. So Reg has put a nice Pioneer at 6 and gotten a rush away from the hoop.
Yeah, he's just going to send Reg in front of 6 from level with hoop 4.
Yeah, I think he probably intended to get a rush toward 6. Or do you think he was going for a rush around the 4-back hoop, either toward black or toward corner 4? What do you think his intent was?
I mean,
I usually fancy a rush to 6 and just take off
that
on
would be my
a
choice.
consistently paced court like this.
If my Pioneer at 5 isn't good, then I'd much rather be rushing south, but not east. So.
All right, so he's going to send red back to 6. Again, the standard TP. Oh, that's a great shot with red and yellow. What a fantastic shot. Really tidies the breakup.
It's a great shot. And again,
there's Marco, our cameraman on the bottom. Thank you, Marco, for bearing the heat and the sun and getting us these excellent camera angles.
And it is hot out. There is a nice breeze.
It's hot in here. We're experiencing a little greenhouse effect.
It is actually quite
You've
hot
moved into the shade quite nicely, but some of us are still schwitzing under the sun.
I mean, my coffee's gone, my water's gone. I was really hoping Mark was going to finish that break purely just so I could go and get refreshments. So it's been a real disaster from a commentator's point of view.
We've got a vamp during the break.
I don't think people realize how much hard work this is just sitting here in Florida, watching the sport we love.
So there you can see Mark in the background, cameraman Marco, Dylan Goodwin, our publisher of the USCA Croquet News, and the Maloofs, David and Mika Maloof.
There they are.
David being a referee all this week, and Mika running for Spectator of the Year once again.
I mean, amazing.
She's here every day.
David's not even playing, and she's
supporting Kyle, supporting David as a ref.
Yeah,
and
that's
just
great. That is
tireless.
Support. Yeah.
So thank you. for all of your help, Dylan, Marco, David, and for your great support, Mika.
There are a lot of very, very patient husbands and wives out there that have to deal with us croquet players. And I've been married 20 years, and not exactly. And my wife still says to me, "What time are you going to be home?" And as I do every single time, I say, I just don't know. The endless patience of our spouses is to be appreciated.
Yeah, shout out to all the croquet spouses. Some who have learned to sit courtside and keep themselves busy, and others who have learned that the best thing for all of our marriages is for you to not sit courtside and get a little bit frustrated with our never-ending patience for the game.
Yeah.
I do remember the first Worlds that me and my now wife went to. We were boyfriend, girlfriend at the time at the 2011 Golf Croquet Worlds, which was my first Golf Croquet Worlds. And I had succeeded in the plate event. I think I had made the final, and I was done. We were at Hurlingham, beautiful club right in downtown London. Just hop on a tube or a rail, go anywhere in the city. And Cody had been patiently watching me play for 8 days. And I was finally done by like 1 p.m. because it was best of threes or something. And so I had made the plate final, and she said, "Oh, thank goodness. Let's go to Piccadilly. Let's go to, Leicester Square. Let's do something." I said, "But hun, the semifinals are about to start." Mm-hmm. I've never seen the Golf Croquet World Championship semifinals. And God love her, she almost broke up with me right then and there. That was about it for Ben and Cody. But thankfully,
what did you do? Did you go to Piccadilly, or did you watch
She went to Piccadilly.
On her own.
I watched Reg's famous double jump in the semifinal.
It's the best jump shot that never was.
Yeah, and then Cody had a bit more patience the next day, having gotten to experience more of London. And she learned that on these 9 to 17-day tournaments, whether it's a world championship or a world team event like the MAC.
Bring a good book.
No.
Oh.
Take a vacation
I
in
see.
the middle of the tournament.
Yeah.
She has the patience for like a 3-day tournament, a 5-day tournament. Fine.
Or get married. That's a good way to pass the time.
Hey, you break up the tournament with a wedding ceremony.
Quick marriage.
But the idea was now when she comes to these tournaments, if it's a McRob, like the recent McRob in Australia, the first 5 days, in the practice day, we might do something touristy, have a knock around on the lawns and then go see the city. And then once we start talking purely in croquet jargon, she has about 3 or 4 days before she and the kids bounce. And so they went to Sydney. They went down to see koalas and penguins and kangaroos. And they came back for the third test happy to be croquet spectators again.
Yeah.
And on these 9-day tournaments, it'll be like 3 days on, 3 or 4 days off. And then she's happy to come to the semifinals and the finals and be a spectator again. But it's just, not everybody has the patience of Mika for a 9-day event of spectating and listening to these people say English words that mean nothing to fluent English speakers, because we're saying things like rushing blue blackward to corner 2. And
All the
they
standard.
say all these words are made up. And I say, well, yeah, all words were made up at some point, just like blackward and blueward and redward, these classic Englishisms. And so thank you to all the spouses for their endless patience and for finding great coping mechanisms to deal with those of us who can't get enough of this this silly business, as Logan might call it.
It's extraordinary.
So Reg has opted for a nice, gentle, straight peel stroke there, getting the
like
jaws.
you mentioned earlier, if peeling's difficult, you can jaws every hoop and just rush and rush peel. And particularly with Penalt, being able to rush it down to Rover means I think he's in very good shape to be peeling this going to 3-back. But we thought that with Mark, and 2 shots later, it was the end of his turn.
So yeah, we will see. I think this might allow. I don't think Mark's failure was a matter of control. Really, he was able to, come around hoop 6 and avoid a crosswire. So Reg won't have that problem. But Mark's failure was just a stabby hoop shot on what was a very makeable hoop where he didn't really need a rush. So it wasn't like Mark's putting the ball through by a foot or a yard at penalt cost him.
But he did play a fantastic croquet stroke.
Yeah, so Reg won't have to have a difficult croquet stroke to get control of, to get on the playing side
But
of
I
Red.
have seen people. Oh dear, excuse me.
My bad.
I have seen people.
I shouldn't have pinched you
It's because
mid-word.
my mouth is so dry.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Karen. Speaking of great supporters of the
I
game of
have
croquet.
known people jaws penalt, and then I look at my phone or whatever, and when I look up, they've unjawsed it because they've overhit.
Oh, I had a good
croquet
one of
stroke.
those against Robert Fulford for sure.
You know, it's you slightly overhit this next croquet stroke, and all of a sudden you've gone from
Or
having 1.5 peels to very much just one peel.
Yeah,
So-
if you dribble through one back and have to hit black where it is and can't rush it north the way that Reg has, then it's quite a touchy stop shot where you're trying to get Red well
Absolutely.
south, but staying short of Red.
Yeah.
Reg has gotten the
He's got lots
reverse
of room.
rush, the backwards rush that gives him loads of room now.
You just, it's a much longer croquet stroke to get
Yeah.
black
The-
down to 3 back.
The only possible criticism here is blue. If you fancy a peel attempt on the way to 2 back, you might want blue really tight to 2 back, maybe a little bit east toward Rover. We talked about it with Mark's 3 back ball, is that level with 2 back and a yard east is really ideal for trying the peel. You can see he got that position with
that's-
black.
Again, it's almost exactly where Mark
Yeah,
was.
so
It's
black
almost
level
perfect,
with
but in
3
fact
back
it's perfect.
and a yard toward the Rover hoop. That should allow for a much easier, narrower peel stroke on the way to 3 back than he would have on the way to 2 back. But Reg, having done many, many peeling turns, including sextuples, if he gets a good angle, he might have a go at this peel on the way to 2 back anyway. Just at a dead weight to hit the jaws.
It's a good weight, but it went to the west of the peg. So,
Right, just slightly blueward of the Rover hoop.
he's lining it up.
Oh, good little replay here. So you can see it came off that right wire as we were looking at
It
it.
took a lot of wire, but he's
But that was actually good. You don't want it to go straight through and center the peg.
absolutely not.
Especially, I've spoken about how these pegs do not play at all like a wooden peg would, even in a sandy
Peg wood?
court. Peg wood. A wood peg wood. How much wood would a wood peg wood if a wood peg could peg
Exactly.
wood, Jamie? Was my next
A
question.
lot is the answer.
Loads. Loads, to use a Britishism. Loads.
Absolutely.
So yeah, these pegs, they are a single nail attached to a plastic peg, and sometimes they don't even put it all the way in the ground.
So
And
I mean,
he did have a go kind of dead
he
weight
went
at
to
that.
have a go, but
Not
you
ideal.
just don't want
Don't
red.
want it south of the hoop there. But yeah, so the peg, if you rush through penalt and hit the peg, if you have a standard solid wood peg, is 1.5 inch diameter all the way down into the ground, if the rushee is headed with some pace and hits it, it bounces well off the peg. These pegs, it might just catch and hit the center of the peg and stop.
So it absorbs a lot of the
It
momentum.
just, it's so much vibration.
Okay.
It's kind of a flexible peg,
Yeah, I see.
which makes it kind of frustrating. It makes it easy for setting that ball up against the peg unrushable to 3 back.
Which is what, yeah.
But as you could see, it didn't. When Reg had set that leave, it didn't bounce away. It kind of just rolled around the peg. The peg absorbed a lot of that momentum, and so I often, earlier in the commentary was talking about how these pegs should be like touching the ground. Thank you so much, Karen. They should be all the way on the ground so that they have a bit more rebound to them if the ball hits them. And so we will see Reg manage to avoid the peg, but again, aggressive with that wide peel attempt might put Red in danger
You've
here.
really got to. There's no great need to go for that peel because black is good. He missed the hoop completely by a full ball, so
Not ideal. Now
I don't
he
think
needs
it's
a
gonna cost him,
good
but-
rush on Red to get a peel chance on the way to 3
But
back.
I think because of the angle it's gone past the hoop, he's now going to be playing across. When he plays his peel, he's going to be playing across the hoop, which again just makes the pull very unpredictable.
Yeah, so I think maybe a better play if he had done a similar wide takeoff, but intentionally left Reg short of Rover on the north side. This would be a much easier peel
well,
going
that's
to
what I
three
thought
back.
he was going to do. Once I saw the type of stroke he was playing, the thin takeoff, I thought that he was just going to be trying to get it 2 feet in front.
We have a problem with the scoreboard again. Oh, no, we got it. All right, so Tom on the other court has a clip-on three back, so his break with black did not go to completion. I assume he didn't want to set a quad leave for the quad peel. I guess maybe.
Second person to be TPO'd in a week.
Yeah, so now Zach has started a break with red, I believe. So now he's got a clip on 2 with yellow, and red is for 3. So going to be some odd clips for Zach, and if Tom hits in, he's going to have a quad to pull off. So again, that game continues to get more exciting as it develops. Meanwhile, Reg managed the rush around the hoop quite nicely.
Fine.
So now, again, because he put black a little bit toward Rover and level with 3 back, he has a ceiling to this shot. You don't want to go past black or hit black on this shot. But so long as he stops short of it, within 3 to 4 yards, he should have a very easy, controlled 3 back, and hopefully he can avoid stabbing at it like his opponent.
And once he's lined up the peel, he's only looking at
very
yellow.
smooth.
He's not thinking about red at all at that point.
So unlike a Jaws to peel that Mark had, Reg has gotten it all the way through the hoop. We're going to get a nice replay. And yeah, as Jamie said, on these croquet strokes, almost always the striker's the priority, including on the peel stroke. You want the peel to go, but you need the break to continue.
Yeah.
So it's a want versus need issue. And you want to line it up so you have the best chance of getting the peel. But like on the way to 2 back, you don't need the peel. You need to get your striker ball a nice, easy rush to the hoop, which he has done. He managed to accomplish 2 things with 1 shot there. So that is the beauty of AC and even American rules. The croquet stroke allows you to put both balls exactly where you want them. And that allows creative players like Reg to have these very complicated peeling turns finish at an alarmingly high rate, which Reg is now, after yesterday, he has 1,455 wins, and not counting TPOs and OTPs, but I think it does count sextuples, he has 937 triple peels. So in his wins, he has a triple 64% of the time, which is, I think, probably the highest in the world other than one player. Can you name him, Jamie? He's got fewer games than Reg, so Reg has him on gross.
I would assume Paddy.
I don't think so. There's a player in this tournament. I'll look up Paddy's numbers. You might be right as well. Maybe it's 2 players that have a higher rating, higher triple per win percentage than Reg. No thoughts? Throw out some names.
I'm thinking. I'm worried it's you, Ben. That's why I don't.
No, it's not me. No, I'm at like.
Don't want to.
I'm at 54. I'm like a 0.5% above Chris Clark lifetime, but I am below these greats. Paddy's at 59.5%.
Okay. I
think part of that is.
I don't even know how.
I think part of that is because, as Logan was saying, the book on Kiwis is they don't peel aggressively enough, and he says it's because the conditions in New Zealand make it really hard to peel, so they don't go for aggressive peels. So it's not a Kiwi. It is actually Robert Fletcher, world number 1.
Oh yeah,
I
did forget about that guy.
I think he's at like 69% lifetime.
Yeah, I forgot all about
67% on his triples per win. And an 85% win percentage in his games. And world number 1 since 2013.
It's extraordinary.
I assumed you had, a blind spot because generally you'd look at the world number 1 as possibly your first candidate for, highest peeling percentage other than maybe, Mom, Fulford, the guys who have the most triples. So here Reg has gotten everything set up for 4-ball finish. He's got all 3 peels. He even has Peely as the penalt pioneer, which I think is a step ahead in a nice,
Yeah,
easy finish.
It is nice.
Because then normally after penalt, you wouldn't send the penalt ball to a Pioneer hoop because there is no hoop after 12. But since you're doing the peg out, you get to send it ahead to be at the peg.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to have a rush to the
It's
peg
lovely.
at the
It's
end.
a lovely feeling at this point.
This is where you have to avoid the adrenaline drop-off that I think Mark may have suffered, where you have to make yourself focus.
Yeah.
Your brain no longer is automatically focused on being precise because now the peels are done and you just have to run a 4-ball and you have to convince your brain to continue to focus on what is, become a pretty easy practice turn. And Reg manages to find yet another awkward hoop and roquet. He's been doing this all week. That came through at maybe a 25-degree angle.
I played Reg Bamford at the,
Look at that. Just take off to the left off of that right wire. And you can see he ended up hoop and roqueting blue if he still had a peel to go, this could really slow you down. But again, having already reincorporated the peeling ball into the break,
he's absolutely it's
no
not
trouble at all.
Cause him any issues.
No.
He was on a sextuple against me at the PGA National, and after 2 back, exactly that happened. But the difference was he still had 3 peels to go.
yeah, so
And it was far from ideal, and he didn't complete his.
generally the reason you're thrashing it to the boundary is you want to get a rush back in lawn. And on a peeling turn, when you still have peels to go, that could be really
But
important.
you're not expecting that hoop and roquet at that angle.
Goodness. So I would venture a guess. I'm not sure the players will ask of it, but it's possible the manager or the referee could just take it upon themselves to go check these hoops. Because like we said, if you thrash a couple of them to the boundary, like that shot there, it has a chance to just wiggle the sand around enough that the hoops kind of rebound to their natural width. And I doubt we're at a 64th of an inch, especially if he got through on that angle.
Yeah, not seeing that, but
So I would assume that our diligent crew might go check these hoops to assure that we are at least at a 32nd, maybe a 64th of an inch. And again, folks, that's almost like the width of cardstock. Maybe not printer paper, but there's cardstock thicker than a 64th of an inch. Certainly, if you take any coin, even a dime, 10 pence, and try to stick it in the hoop when a ball is right in the middle of the hoop, it won't fit. An actual dime or 10 pence coin is more than a 64th of an inch. And so we are going for incredibly tight standards of hoop, which is why you see Reg and Mark trying to get within 6 inches as often as possible.
particularly once they're under control, no peels to go. Reg isn't going to leave anything to chance here, is he?
Got a lot of balls between Penalt and Rover, so in case he had to shoot that hard, he has a lot of things he can hit.
He doesn't fail many 3-inch hoops.
Somehow he was disappointed in that result.
He wanted a slightly more southerly rush.
Is it more blueward or blackward?
Or pegward.
Pegward, thank you. All right, Jamie gets to add to the glossary today. Pegward. So now, again, red could just be left there. And you probably don't want to put it right up close to the peg, because one of the only ways to fail from here would be to stuff a hoop, miss a roquet, or if you roquet red and it hits the peg on the roquet, you are not entitled to your 2 strokes after roqueting a ball. So that's called a grievous error. And that is the one thing he wants to avoid. So he's putting red near the peg, but certainly not within a foot of the peg. And if he does, he will be very careful how he approaches that red ball.
I believe that Ewan Burridge had a 15-yard grievous against Jenny Clark in, I'm going to say the bowl.
Was the separation, the roquet was 15 yards, or was the rush to the peg 15 yards from the peg?
I think it was the rush.
Oh,
so it's a
goodness.
good effort.
Yeah, sometimes
and obviously being Ewan,
you're trying to hit in.
It heeled 15 yards as well, and the wind blew it. And
right, some wind shear involved.
But regardless, it's always quite unlucky.
Yeah, we had some, I think the book on the peg rush is generally rushing it short and wide, so that if you overhit it, it's not going directly at the peg, or if you miss the cut, it's not going far enough to hit the peg. The idea is to try to cover all your bases of possibly screwing up the shot, so that whichever way you screw it up, you'd have to screw it up doubly.
I mean,
to actually rush it
adrenaline
into
can
the peg.
make your arms do things you don't actually want them to do.
Well,
I'm
Mark
not sure
had on his stabby hoop shot.
I don't think
believe.
the adrenaline is going to be pumping through Reg at the moment. It's only game one. They've been playing now for 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But it is hot out there. You can see.
Yeah, the wind is helpful. We had a couple of cloudy days that really brought down the temperature, although as people will tell you, it's not the heat, it's the humidity, and it's still quite humid out there. So you saw Reg using his hat to mop up some sweat mid-break, and even if you're playing well and you've got the pace, they're going to take a break between games just to cool off, get something to drink.
Surely. I'm actually slightly surprised that Mark has chosen to sit outside this whole time. I think being able to sit in an air-conditioned room, just even for 5 or 10 minutes, just brings your body temperature down and enables you to carry on. We're very lucky to be able to play in lots of different places. We don't need we don't have a lot of aircon clubhouses in the UK, but we also don't need them.
Have you been to Egypt to play yet, Jamie?
I have, yes.
There are no clubhouses without aircon in Egypt.
That's definitely one of the places where you don't want to be there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon,
outside watching a game
for 3 hours.
No, so here we see Reg got a rush to red to assure that he gets a nice controlled rush. We'll see it short and possibly wide.
He's just opted for short and wide.
Short and wide, even on a 3-yard rush to the peg out.
Absolutely.
Just to assure that nothing goes wrong. And now this is very much over. Game 1 will go to 5-time world champion Reg Bamford. It looks like it's going to be quite an odd score. So Mark has 8 and 11, so it's +7 TP.
Yeah.
26 to 19 TP for Reg. We're going to have a little bit of an ad break, and then when we come back, there's going to be a little bit between games, and we are going to have some interviews and have a chat, including, I believe, we're going to be able to talk with Alison Mom live from the UK. So join us back in just a moment. This is the 2025 Association Croquet World Championship Finals on WNCC. And live from West Palm Beach, Florida, here at the Charles P. Stuber National Croquet Center, this is WNCC. You are joining the 2025 World Championship Finals in contention. This is Game 2 after Game 1 went to Reg Bamford, 26 TP to 19, quite an odd score. And I'm joined by I'm Ben Rothman here, joined by our tournament manager, Jeff Sue. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Ben.
All right, so how are things going? And I know you've been juggling a lot of balls, and while you're quite a fine juggler, this is actually like, 7 events right now? What are all the events going on today?
6, really, if you consider the Swiss and the knockout of the Manager's Invitational as one event, which I do. So 6 events, yeah, that's more actual balls than I can juggle at a time. But thanks to my assistance from assistant manager Elaine Smith, we've been able to cope with it.
Yeah, Elaine and Rocky have been doing great work, and even Eileen Sue, your partner in crime, who was able to help us at the beach club as kind of manager and referee.
Yeah, she did double duty there.
Wow, so thank you all so much for your efforts here. As Reg starts Game 2 missing a 19-yarder, I think we actually had no hit-ins in Game 1. So third turn, Mark missed the same shot that Reg just missed. Then Reg missed a 22-yard double. Reg missed the lift shot after Mark's first leave. And then because Mark crashed at 3-back, Reg got control without a hit-in. Then Mark missed a lift shot. So we've had no long roquets yet. But a lot of this tournament has been billed as a shooting competition. Is that what you've seen so far?
I actually haven't seen a great deal of croquet. I've seen my computer screen a lot more, but what I have seen is certainly there's been, as expected, a pretty high standard of shooting. So you certainly have experience in World Championship finals. Do you think maybe the lack of hit-ins so far represents just a little bit of that getting started with the final nerves?
I think it's a huge deal. Probably the hardest thing to really stay calm throughout is the big, long roquets. It's really hard to be relaxed and put on a good swing when part of your brain is worried about being a gold medalist and a world champion. So a lot of these big events, for me specifically, I played terribly in my World Championship final in 2009. I believe I hit my foot on at least 4 attempted hit-ins. So we see Mark miss what could be considered kind of a wide double there. I'm told a Hogan double, what I sometimes call a psychological double.
Well, a Hogan double, if you deliberately make one, I think he made that as short as he possibly could, so that just was where the balls were. Speaking of Joe Hogan, of course, who was the first ever AC world champion back in 1989, who was the silver medalist of that tournament?
I believe none other than Mark Avery, who is here on lawn right now. So Mark Avery was a finalist in the very first World Croquet Federation sponsored AC World Championships. And there's rumors going around the clubhouse that with a couple of Google searches and AI searches, people think this is possibly the widest gap in any sport for a 2-time finalist in a World Championships, because Mark was a finalist in 1989 and now 2025. Most sports, you won't even compete 36 years later. Mark is in the finals, his second ever World Championship finals, with a 36-year gap. It certainly couldn't be a larger gap in our sport.
Given that was the first World Championship, no, it couldn't be a larger gap, so that's definitely as a record. But notable also last year, Robert Fulford winning after a 20-year gap since his prior win. And if you look at the gap between his first win, which was in 1990, I think, and then 2023, that is an incredible longevity of playing at the very top level.
Right. I think part of the Google ability, the searchability of that was a lot of the results were able to turn up gaps between world championships, but it's harder to find gaps between world championship finalists, as that just doesn't come up as quickly on searches. But I wanted to ask you a bit more about these consolation events while Reg is getting started here with a rush across the lawn to Hoop 1, and that is who came up with the names for these events? Some of these we've been used before, obviously the main event, the knockout, the championship, but then the consolation events have historically been, there's a plate, and that is for players who didn't make the knockout.
Correct.
So we had 72 players. 32 make the knockout, so we had as many as 40 people in the plate. And then what are the other consolation events that come up?
And by the way, of those 40 people who were eligible for the plate, we had 39 opt in. So I really am always pleased when players don't just consider that their tournament is over after that stage and are happy to go on playing. I think that's one of the nice things about croquet and amateur sport in general. So that's the plate, and the plate final is going on right now between Sharif Abdel-Wahab of the U.S. and Duncan Reeve of Scotland.
Okay, and then what other consolation events manifest after the first round of the knockout?
So, as required by the regulations, there are 3 consolation events with the option of adding extras. And we've already named the plate. That's one of the mandatory consolation events. Another one is called the bowl, and that is the event for players who qualify to the main championship knockout but then lose their first match. They may then go into the bowl, which is played as a knockout and generally will retain the same positioning as the main knockout draw, which is what we did this time. And again, I'm very pleased that of the 16 players who were eligible for the bowl, all 16 of them opted in.
Oh, that's wonderful. So that way there were no awkward buys in those knockouts where one player gets a walkover to the second round.
Right, exactly. And everybody gets to play that first day. And that's really what it's mainly about, is just getting that play in. But all these consolation events, we take them very seriously and try to make them serious events so the people are out there really competing hard for them. So that's the bowl, and the bowl final is going on right now between Edmund Fordyce of New Zealand and Stephen Mulliner, who is a past world champion, including the last time it was held here, of England.
Okay, and then after the bowl, what other consolation events are there? You said there's 6. That's now 4, I believe, total main event and plate shield bowl.
Well, we actually haven't named the shield yet. So the shield is for the players who advanced the second round of the main championship knockout, but then lose that match. And again, that's played as a knockout. And right now the shield final is going on the adjacent court between Zach Watson of the U.S. and Tom Balding of the U.S.
Right. I believe Zach is up a game, had a triple peel, and we've had a very interactive game too. And Zach, I think, finished his first break, set a leave. Looks like Tom missed. And so Zach might be on a finishing turn here with yellow in game 2. This could be a shield event finishing turn.
It could indeed. Now, let's look back at what Reg Bamford is up to here on the main lawn, the main event.
Yeah,
he's got to deal with building a break from balls in a corner. Are you surprised that on the second turn of the game that Mark Avery chose to play yellow to where it is now, just outside the second corner?
A little bit, just because I think the book on Reg that Logan was talking about, hearing from none other than Robert Fulford, was that Reg doesn't really like aggressive openings played against him. And so I understand Reg playing in the corner too. He wants to have these tough builds that he's confident he can get, and he's hoping will stymie his opponent from builds. So the fact that Mark is playing into that is a little surprising, because I think Mark might have, after his great hitting yesterday, clutch hitting yesterday, Mark might have favored a more aggressive opening with a Duff or A-Bach Tice, something that is a shorter shot that might frustrate Reg, because Reg knows if his opponent hits, they're likely to get a break quite easily.
And that I would, not that I've seen so many of Mark's games, but I would think that probably naturally would suit his style of playing normally anyways, just do an aggressive placement on your second turn. But it could always be that he came out this morning, was practicing, didn't quite feel like the swing was grooved, and thought, I'm just gonna make it a little bit harder on Reg and wait for a better opportunity.
Right, and Mark had 2 possible hit-ins. Third turn in game 1, which would have just been to set a better leave, and then the 9th turn, I guess, right before Reg's triple attempt, where he missed a 14-yarder. So his last real meaningful shot was a missed short hit-in. So it's possible he didn't fancy having to hit in a 16-yarder or even a 9-yarder on a Duff or Tice.
Yeah, right.
So he played a more dry opening, a conservative opening. And now Reg made one off his partner, left his partner over by 4, got a rush deep into corner 2, where Mark had left that yellow ball. And now Reg has 2 balls over here by corner 2. He's opting a little bit conservative, just going for the closer Croquet, and now we're going to see him probably take off to try to get a rush on lead.
Well, since he already has the black ball placed close to the fourth hoop, a good pioneer ball, all he needs is that good rush to three. So I'd also probably see him playing this more conservative line here.
I think we had a similar line of play from Mark when he had a hoop four ball and he came through to the boundary. And we talked to Jamie about how you don't want to have a 5 or 6 yard Croquet that is certainly probably above a 50% shot for these guys. If they're not hitting particularly well on hittings, but on a normal day, their critical distance is probably around 9 to 12 yards. So they're expecting to hit a 5 to 6 yarder, but it's definitely missable. And with nerves, you don't want to take that on unless you need it for the break. And with a ball hoop four, all they really need for the break is to get a rush to three. So I think both of them opted for like a 2 yard Croquet after hoop two and leaving the ball behind and just getting a rush at three for a 3 ball break.
Well, just looking at the screen here, it looks like that ball had a pretty good pace. We'll see when the ball comes into view if he had the right line or not. But
Yeah, I think
it was a nice relaxed rush there.
it's excellent. It's straight in front of a yard, maybe 2. And so he should be able to put this out beyond the hoop, and that way he won't have to hit a gentle hoop stroke to get forward rush. He should be able to send. On I think his first break of game 1 and had to hit kind of a hampered stroke at the net. Position straight ahead, so it was relatively easy. And then Mark with a really stabby hoop stroke and threw it back. board ball. Europe in the 90s. Break if you make one back, because the
Hello. Boom. Hello.
all right, it's the ramekin, and then things. So he got neither a good rush to the front side of the hoop, nor did he get blue straight behind hoop 3, when maybe he should have focused on hole-assing one thing. But that was just a startling result because Reg has had some great croquet strokes, including building that first break. He had some spectacular long distance, wide croquet strokes that got, the Pioneer to 6 and got a nice tidy rush on his Pioneer at 5. So that was shocking to all of us, I think, that a short little, 3 and 6 yard half roll didn't work out.
I think a player of Reg's caliber is definitely entitled. You would expect him to go for both and get both, actually, rather than get neither. He may still be able to get blue into the jaws here if he hits it very gently.
So he's babied the hoop, and that allows him to maybe knock blue a little bit straighter on, although it would be farther away. Nope, he's just opted to hit it center ball really gently.
How would you play this peel, Ben, if it was you?
I'm going to quote one of your compatriots, Robin Brown, who told me in good, reliably paced lawns, so you don't have to worry about there being a dead patch of grass where it speeds up or a lush patch where it slows down. If you would be willing to take on this roll shot to 4 and 5 on a 3 ball without blinking, then just go for a nice straight drive shot peel here. Your normal swing, you don't have to account for any pull, and then tap yellow and do the roll shot.
Yeah.
So he's got no furniture in the way in terms of sending yellow to 5 unless he were to club it somehow. So if he hits yellow less than a yard, he should have a very makeable roll shot. In fact, yellow being a little bit east of hoop 3 and red being a little bit east of hoop 4 makes for he can just go due south and he'll have a nice rush on red to 4.
Yeah.
And that allows him to take any pull and draw and split out of the equation here.
Oh, and the peel bounces off.
So you can see how tricky those hoops are.
Yeah, especially for peeling. I've seen a lot of peels stick and bounce out over the course of the week.
Right, so you can see just how much rebound is kind of offered from these firm hoops. And again, that's a credit to our hoop setters. Usually sandy courts here in the States, you get really generous hoops that kind of stop the ball and don't bounce it far away. They'll let you bully it through or let you fall into the jaws. But because they're moving these hoops so frequently, I think we probably got fresh holes today, I assume, based on the boundaries being moved.
Yeah,
we got fresh hoop holes, which means they're firm in the ground, even though it's a sandy court. And so that you can see as evidenced by the ball bouncing out. But also, Reg played just due south, ended up just east, maybe a hair farther than he liked, but the break is well in hand here.
Yeah, which I think proves your point about he was right to take on the straight peel, and given it that wasn't successful, even less likely to be successful if you're playing it with pull. But now a bit of a challenge to get the triple back on course, because that blue does not easily rush peel, and if you attempted it, I think you could easily have it bouncing out to an even worse position.
We had Reg earlier, I think it was still in block play on one of these live streams. I think his PLE was a little bit west, but similar angle at 4-back. And for some reason, before hoop 6, he went for the rush peel and banged it back 4 yards, similar angle on the other side of the hoop. It looked like it was devastating. And then he nailed a split roll peel that just went through by a yard cleanly, which begged the question why he was attempting the rush peel at all if he had such good control on his croquet strokes.
If I were him, I'd be looking at getting the peel before 6 here.
Yeah, so the question is, will he come back up to touch up blue and put red in a precise position by rushing red back north right here, or will he just go ahead and hit red a couple yards, send it up with a drive shot while going to yellow?
I'd expect him to come back because blue is very tight to the hoop. To get a good rush on blue to peel it, from where it is, you've got to be extremely precise. And that would, you absolutely would definitely need a rush out of hoop 5 to get this, and a pretty good rush at that. I'd expect him to come back and touch it up, as you put it.
In theory, it's easier to get a rush back in the direction of the front side of the hoop. So he made hoop 4 and he wanted a reverse rush back towards hoop 3. And he's got it, which means he can rush red all the way down and put red in precise position and maybe move blue to like a yard straight in front or 18 inches straight in front and take off to yellow. Now, yellow's not ideal. It's south of hoop 5. If you knew you were coming to yellow from 4-back, from blue, you might want to have put yellow level with hoop 5. But I think, again, on a nice, evenly paced lawn, even if it's fast at 12 or 13 seconds, the fact that each shot doesn't vary in its speed, you're willing to take the risk of a 50-foot takeoff, 60-foot takeoff. And as you said, if he leaves blue where it is, he really needs a forward rush, a northeast rush out of hoop 5. That's a lot harder to get than a reverse rush from hoop 4. And he already had the reverse rush from 4. So it wasn't a question of if he gets it, he has it. But we're seeing Reg opt to leave blue alone.
So we'll see how that turns up. But it's what you were saying. I was discussing with a number of players why there had not been anything higher than a triple in the knockout stages. No quads, no TPOs, let alone a sextuple. And somebody said the reason was because it was so hard to guarantee rushes out of the forward, rushes out of the hoops. Because you want to give these hoops are so tight, you want to give them a little bit extra.
Oh, goodness. He's put red all the way to 6. What does that tell you about his thoughts on blue?
I've got no idea. That's a strange...
I think he's betting on a rush peel.
Okay, we'll see if you're right. That's a strange thing to do.
I agree.
I mean, he can see the rush peel more clearly positioned than we do, but it's definitely not straight in front.
From our angle, blue looks like maybe it's 6 inches in front, but it's at least a whole ball off center. So with the way these hoops rebounded, as you saw on that peel attempt, that ball hit the far stanchion and bounced straight back at least 6 inches, maybe 9 inches. I don't fancy trusting a rush peel. I would have very much preferred red down at 4 back and rushing it away to hoop 6.
I'm completely with you. Well, let's see if he can get the rush, the northeast rush out of 5.
I think
first.
he would have. He couldn't have given up on the triple attempt.
That's very un-Reg.
Yeah,
my money's on these. Definitely.
I mean, okay. So Mark had a hit-in attempt on 3rd turn of game 1, which he missed, and then he got in without a hit-in, and then he missed a 14-yarder on the 9th turn, right before Reg finished. Game 2, Mark has missed a 15-yarder and 19-yarder. So he's 0 for 4 on Roquet's over even 4 yards. I don't think he's had anything else.
How did Mark get in on the first game without a hit-in?
It was because he missed to his partner and Reg missed a 22-yard double 4th turn. So 5th turn, Mark had an easy Roquet. So Mark having not hit in, it's possible Reg isn't pushing the triple the way he might have by putting an escape ball to 6. But yeah, it's very un-Reg. Usually he wants to capitalize as soon as possible. He's not expecting another miss. He'd much rather Mark's next miss be in game 3, not game 2.
Reg is not a man to give up on his peeling turns easily. We've seen a lot of examples of that over the years. He's run hoop 5 really nicely, very gently, got a very nice rush out of it. And that makes the rush peel more plausible because he's going to be approaching it from the right direction along the rush line.
He went ahead and scouted this position ahead of time, so where he's happy that he'll be able to get yellow all the way to 1 back. And as you said, he's on the rush line. So the direction he wants to rush blue is toward the center of 4 back, and he's already on that line. So here he doesn't really have a floor to the shot. He'd like to be close, but even if he stopped 3 yards back, he is rushing it, he's in the proper direction to hit it in the center and have it go towards the target. So really, he only has a ceiling here. So long as he doesn't overhit it, black will be on the correct side of blue for him to possibly rush peel. The problem is, if he rushes it into the jaws, I don't think he gets the peel.
Yep.
He might not even be able to get to red easily.
There's normally enough sticking out that he'll be able to get somewhere near red. But
This kind of looks like a Stephen Mulliner line of play, who I don't think has ever seen a rush peel he thought would fail.
Is that a compliment, Ben, the Stephen Mulliner line of play?
No comment. It's just a comment. It has no judgment of that comment. I think I've seen Stephen take on a lot of rush peels that he didn't think were going to fail. And I think he planned as if they wouldn't fail. And that's the kind of line of play that Reg has taken here.
Yeah, but he's played that shot very nicely. Yellow, which is out of your picture, is a perfect pioneer for 1 back. And he has a nice, I don't know, about 2 or 3 feet rush peel. But it can still very easily go wrong. You've got to be so precise with this, more precise than with a hoop run.
A little north of 1 back, which allows that if this peel bounces back, Reg can still do a wide peel, peeling 4 back, going to yellow. So normally you'd want your pioneers like inside the box, but if you might have to peel 4 back going to 1 back, yellow's in a great position. It's maybe a little long because if you were coming from 4 back, you'd want yellow on the 4 back side of 1 back, a little east. But I think Reg can manage. The real problem is you don't know where a good position for yellow is until you know where blue ends up. And obviously, blue's fate is yet to be determined. It's a big shot right here. Almost jaws, but not quite. So yeah, now I really question how he gets to red.
Yeah, this is difficult. I wonder if he can take off from the southern edge of blue and get to, a couple of yards north of red.
If blue got halfway in the hoop, he might have had to take off from the non-playing side, from the north side, and knock blue out. The fact that blue didn't get in the hoop might help him here.
Yeah.
But he has to hit this really thin to not have blue end up glued to that west wire.
Yeah.
And then maybe, again, a thrash at it that might not peel. So this is one that I think Reg, I've seen him hit many, many thin takeoffs here. So he treats this a little bit like a gentle hit-in, where he can aim just off the line of the takeoff so that blue just wiggles. And we've seen it on close-ups where I think he had a penalt ball on a long takeoff yesterday. Where Trevor was here with me, and we watched it back on replay. And you see red wiggled less than a centimeter and then fell right back into the spot it was on a 60-foot takeoff. So Reg is very comfortable on this 20, 30-foot takeoff.
And he's played it very nicely.
Got the rush on red.
To 6. And I would say where blue's ended up now the rush peel is much more plausible.
Certainly.
So I would expect red to come back to it after hoop 6, send red down to 2 back, and rush peel blue. And as Ben said earlier, if he doesn't get the rush peel, there's always the option of going to yellow.
And getting the 4-back peel in the first 6 or 7 hoops is hugely important. Reg has finished 344 sextuples, and I assume probably none of those did he get the 4-back peel before 2-back. So he's certainly comfortable, and he might take that on if this were to not work. But where it is now, I assume he's trying to put red all the way to 2-back. Then he can rush peel blue and put it to penalt going to yellow. But that's kind of the ideal scenario from here. We'll see how it goes. It requires a little babied hoop shot here.
I like this term "babied." I've not heard that before.
He tried to baby it.
Not a small enough baby this time.
No, that's a big baby. So that has gone past red to the north side. Occasionally, I've seen players cut this like due east of blue.
Yep.
And with a good stop shot, a wide stop shot, you can still get red to 2-back. And I think that's what Reg is going to have a look at now.
Absolutely.
While getting the rush peel on blue. A lot of players who don't have a good stop shot or just don't get a good rush out of 6, you just leave red at penalt, rush peel blue, send blue to 2-back. You still get a peeling chance with an extraordinarily good rush after 2-back, or you set up for the delayed double.
And that's absolutely fine as long as you do actually peel the blue. But if blue gets stuck if you just tap red and take off and then blue gets stuck in the jaws, then you're in all sorts of bother. So
yes.
That's why I think he will rush it to the boundary and take the first line of play you said, which, as you said, you need a good stop shot for, but very plausible.
Not quite east of blue. It's more east of 6. So an even better stop shot going to be required. We're looking at probably, a 5-1, 6-1 stop shot needed. Of course, red doesn't have to be
angle as well. So.
Red doesn't have to be perfect, but you generally, as we talked about in earlier broadcasts, when you go from the first lap around the croquet court, the 4, 5, and 6 are pretty close together. So it's easy to set pioneers. Nothing's usually more than 50 or 40 feet away. Then you go from 6 to 1-back and 2-back, and the court gets bigger and wider again, and the distances get longer. And you see a lot of breakdowns after 1-back because of bad 2-back balls, and people just get overconfident in their ability to thrash 2-back to the boundary and rebuild. And it's a really bad time to break down, having given a lift and broken down with balls at hoop 1, which is a hoop that your opponent generally has clips. And in this case, both of Mark's clips are on hoop 1. So we'll see if Reg can manage from that very lackluster 2-back pioneer.
Yeah, it's in the right quarter of the lawn, but red is a long way north of the hoop. So he's coming in for the rush peel. It's slightly angled. I think he certainly would have liked this a little straighter. But
I can hear the gust coming in the window by our producer and director Armando. So you see some of those flags really changing. It's not a consistent wind. It's gusty, and that's really tough on those solid mallets where the wind is going to move it a little bit, especially the lighter the mallet, the lighter your grip. So Reg took it back and then got a really good rush peel. He's finally played the right amount of wire to get him a closer and narrower roll. So all of those odd hoop and roquets coming off wires, he got a good wire there to bring blue closer to penult and get him closer to yellow. Do you think we'll see him send blue to 2-back?
That's what I was wondering. Well, I think that's what he's considering. The choice is either send it all the way down to 2-back or send it to penult with a little pass roll and go for the death roll peel. It's certainly safer to send it to 2-back, and you've still got plenty of time to get the penult peel.
I don't even know if it's much of a pass roll here. With the width of the shot, he might get away with a full roll, and it'll put blue, just west of the hoop.
No, you're right. But that's what he's playing.
Yeah, look at his hand placements. Not all the way at the mallet head. Maybe a little pass roll because he kept blue well north of the hoop.
Yeah.
I don't like that because now you need a rush on yellow, and you're going to have to be sending yellow to 3-back from farther away. I would have liked him to get aggressive with blue's placement. Just throw it right at the hoop. And if it hills off and it's level with the hoop west, that's great because then you don't need a rush out of 1-back. You just drive shot yellow from 1-back up to 3-back, a shorter distance. Then now he's probably got to send yellow all the way to the north boundary. And then he's sending it to 3-back from 80 feet or more to get his rush on blue.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. And I think, the death roll peel of penult here, which is when you peel penult going down to red at 2-back, is very dodgy because of red's position. You really want the pioneer to be nice and tight at 2-back if you're going to be doing that. A little bit north is fine, but that north,
I'm wondering, I can't remember if it's in the Beyond Expert Croquet Tactics book, but Robert Fulford talking about sextuples where you really want either a ball at the peeling hoop and an escape rush or a ball at the pioneer hoop for a roll peel. And Reg is kind of hedged. It's about 12 yards past penult, but that's 19 yards away. So it's still a 7-yard rush to the hoop.
Yeah.
So you need to roll 10 yards, and then you still have to rush 7 to get to the hoop, or 6 or 7. So it's really, he has to have an accurate roll with good touch, whereas if he had only sent red to penult, then he could just get the rush, and then a short controlled shot to get a rush, albeit a long rush, 19 yards to the hoop. Or if he had gotten red all the way to 2-back, it would be a long roll, but then he wouldn't need to rush, just tap the ball, and it would be a decent pioneer. And as you see, he increased the distance between yellow and 3-back. So to get yellow all the way to 3-back, he's lost the plot and doesn't have a rush here on blue.
I don't know about lost the plot, but he has not got the rush on blue, and the death roll peel here is very dangerous because it's the best part of 3 yards.
He hit that a lot harder than he would have if he were going for the peel.
No, he's just taking off.
He would have played a dead weight to try to not move blue more than an inch if he was still going for the peel. The fact he banged it off the center line more tells me he's just prioritizing the break at this point.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to duck out and play a game. It's been very enjoyable commentating with you. The manager's just waggled his finger at me from over your head, Ben, and I'm not going to disobey the manager. So,
I think that is a good decision. Thank you so much for your commentary, Nick.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Ben.
All right, good luck on lawn. Who do you play?
I am playing, I don't know, either John Versey or Michael Giddings in the final of the Manager's Invitational. For
excellent.
Players who got knocked out of everything else. So.
All right, well, good luck. Enjoy
much.
your match. Thank you, Nick. All right, so Reg now actually having a go despite clubbing blue with that roquet. I think he got too casual there. If he thought he was going to have a peel attempt, he really should have just had a dead weight shot. It was only like 18 inches, and he could have hit blue and moved it very little. But instead, he's knocked knocked blue a good foot away, and now having a go to red. At least blue hit the hoop, and he made sure to prioritize striker. So striker has a rush to 2-back, and now we will see if he can recover the break from this kind of dodgy, hedged pioneer position. So here we have Reg for two back and penalt. Again, he's got 5 hoops to get 2 peels. So we're looking at either a death roll to 3 back, where at least the 3 back pioneer is much closer to the hoop, or he's going to have to do the delayed double, and if that doesn't shape up, the straight double to finish. All of these are positions Reg has finished from many times before, but this is quite an inconvenient position to be approaching 2 back. You know, he's had no other approaches, I think, from more than 2 yards, so that's a bit of a scramble here. And now he's going to run the hoop to the boundary, golf croquet style, and he will hopefully get a rush back on red. We'll see if he gets an unfortunate hoop in croquet. This would be a really odd angle for it, but stranger things have happened. No, he's gone straight to the south boundary and gotten the rush back that he hoped for. So this should allow him to tidy up blue and possibly peel it on the way to 3 back. Should also allow for him to get a nice short croquet stroke to position red wherever he likes. So if he is going to try the peel on blue going to 3 back, I think the right move would be to put red well east of penalt, so that if blue sails through penalt, later red is almost in front of 4 back. If he doesn't fancy the roll peel going to 3 back, then he's going to put red closer to penalt so that he has a nice controlled peel and escape where he can peel penalt and rush to 4 back. Looks like he's going with that latter option. He's putting red nice and close to penalt, and I don't blame him because he's off the rush line that he would want for blue, and it's possible he rushes blue north of the hoop and can't try the peel because the hoop gets in the way of his roll down to yellow. So he's going to try to recover from that peel attempt on the way to 2 back and make sure that he has a good control of the break and a attempt at the delayed double to finish game 2. So once again, we had the Shield final wrap up with Zach Watson got 2 triple peels, taking the Shield and putting Tom Balding in the finalist position. Oh, wow. So Reg is opting to get much better control on blue, leaving red kind of not close to penalt or in front of 4 back. So we're seeing another hedge here, kind of like his 2 back pioneer. I think this is pretty aggressive. This tells me I think he's going to try the roll peel because he wanted to put a lot of focus on getting a good rush on blue. And the only reason for a really good rush on blue is if you're trying to peel it right now. The risk here is if this death roll to 3 back goes well, then blue might be down past the peg and you don't have 2 balls together. You don't have a ball at 4 back. So it puts the break at risk a little bit. And now he's rushed to what is great peeling position, but he has to have a look at which direction black needs to roll to miss the hoop, miss red, and preferably get a rush on yellow to the front side of 3 back. So it looks like he's happy with it. He's not having a long look. And as we know, Reg will take a nice long look if it's warranted to ensure that he has a plan in mind. Here's the long look. I spoke too soon. So here he comes. Going to definitely make sure. This is the kind of thing that Jamie said he really doesn't fancy, taking a long look at a shot and then trying to get right back in rhythm. So Reg is going to have a nice long look to ensure that everything looks right and even feels right. He's told me before on his peel strokes, when you aren't sure exactly how much pull to allow for, then you might line up the shot and go ahead and stand over it, and your subconscious brain will tell you if it feels right or if it doesn't. And if it doesn't feel right, he'll back off and he'll re-aim the shot. And I think that's what's happened here, is he's taken a good long look at it, and he did not like the amount of pull he was allowing, or he didn't like the line that black was going. So he's changed the angle. It's possible from Marco's camera, we might get a great shot of how much pull he's expecting on this shot. Again, the priority, especially on a shot called the death roll, is that the striker ball get close to yellow. The only way for his turn to continue, having already hit red and already hit blue, is he needs to hit yellow. So this is about a 20-yard roll shot. down to yellow, and he'd really like to stop just northwest of yellow. The good news is he's on the northwest side, so this is a shot that doesn't have a real floor, although you'd like to be within 4 or 5 yards, but it does have a ceiling. You don't want to go past yellow. It looks like he went out wide. I wonder if that was trying to accommodate the left stanchion of Penalt, but the peel did go. So he's now, I'm not sure if he's increased his chances of finishing. He did get the peel, but now the break isn't in hand anymore. He's got to rush to a wide approach at 3-back. 3-back is a hoop you really need to make under control. If he had the 4-ball break in hand with a pivot halfway down and a pioneer at 4-back, then there's a lot more places he could land after a firm hoop stroke and still recover. But with no ball at 4-back, and I guess red is kind of a pivot position, he really needs to make 3-back with control to hit yellow again. And then he's rebuilding. So he's got an angle, and it looks like an angled maybe 3-footer. And yellow's gone outside the box, so even if he makes this with control, he's not going to be rushing it toward blue or toward red. This is a big shot here to recover. He put a little bit of priority on the peel instead of on the break, and this is the way he could just bring it back with a nice hoop stroke. And he's got it. He's gone through by more than a yard, so he won't be hampered. He didn't go past yellow, so he could even rush it down to red. Now he's got a little bit of rebuilding going. So this is a good time to kind of reevaluate your turn. You got no ball at 4-back. The peely is not near the peeling hoop. So you want to send a ball to Penalt, and maybe give up on sending blue toward the peeling hoop and just make sure you get a good rush to 4-back. In theory, red is the closest ball to 4-back. So that's probably the easiest ball to take to 4-back. An alternate way to play this, if you were really loath to do a straight rover, he could have made a narrower split shot, rushed red to blue, sent red over toward rover, taken blue to 4-back. It's a little unorthodox to take the rover ball farther away from rover, but if you make 4-back off of peely, it's quite easy to get a southwestern rush, and he could then rush it to rover, possibly get a peel chance after 4-back and avoid a straight rover. But he's gone with the much easier controlled play of rushing the closest ball to 4-back, to 4-back, and he's even having a go at sending peely down to rover. This wouldn't be a peel attempt. He's not going to send it hard enough that it would go past rover. That would be quite aggressive and possibly decrease his chances of finishing. So he's probably just trying to put this within a yard of rover, hoping to play the pull so it stops straight in front, and then he doesn't even have to touch it up after 4-back. But the most important ball here, as normal, is the striker ball. Needs to get a good rush on red. He's already hit yellow, and he's already hit blue, so the last ball he can hit is red. And this is quite a long rush. Usually on a delayed triple attempt, you don't want to have to rush to your hoop from more than 7 or 8 yards. So the delayed triple, you're often peeling 4-back, escaping to 6. Sometimes you're peeling Penalt, escaping to 1-back, or peeling Penalt, escaping to 4-back. Those are all 7 or 8 yard rushes. This is looking like maybe a 9 or 10 yard rush. So not horribly outlandish, but just longer than you'd normally want. He's done a great job with blue, getting it within a yard. A bit off center, but he didn't send it past rover, which is really the cardinal sin of setting up the straight rover peel. Whether you're doing it on a delayed double or you're able to have the freedom to send the peely down to rover before making Penalt, or in this case, before making 4-back, you really want to make sure that you send it level or preferably a little bit north of rover, and he's done that well. And now the rush got within 2 yards. He should be able to pull this back under control, might even run 4-back to the boundary again, put on that golf croquet hat, and not have to worry about controlling the hoop. But he sent red so deep, this is another opportunity for an unfortunate hoop in Roquet. So we'll see what happens. So taking a nice, long stalk to make sure he gets a good line on this hoop, and I assume he's going to bully it through. This is a bit of a hit and hope, not about the hoop shot. I'm sure he's expecting the hoop shot to sail through, but a hit and hope that he doesn't make a hoop and roquet. It didn't bother him on the last triple. He had already done all 3 peels, but this hoop and roquet might really slow him down. So it's a good clean stroke. He's actually come through a bit east instead of straight due north for the rover hoop. Now he's going to rush back. This is looking pretty good odds to finish. Again, the only little crucibles remaining are getting his ball through penalt and through rover. I think the straight rover peel is looking pretty much in hand with blue being so close to the hoop. We'll see if he comes down to touch it up. He's got yellow in a great position to allow for him to take off from blue to get a rush on yellow. Both blue and yellow are on the west side of the peg, so the takeoff should be able to easily avoid that furniture. And because yellow's level with the hoop, all he has to do is stop south of yellow and not go too far on the takeoff, and he should be able to rush yellow to nice straight in front of the hoop within a yard or 2. So I expect him to go touch up the blue ball here, seeing as he got a good rush on red. If blue are already 6 inches in front, we might just see him rush between penalt and the peg and take off to yellow. But with blue off center, I assume he's going to want to get it in a little better position. He might have opted for the taking off to yellow from red option. Maybe it's possible from my angle, it looks like blue is, 3 inches north and maybe 6 inches west, but it's possible it's just, 12 inches back and 6 inches west, and he's perfectly happy to rush it 3 inches on his next shot. So he's taken out the long takeoff. Instead of taking off from 40 feet, he's taking off from 20 feet. Got a nice, simple, easy rush. And now this is looking like a 2-0 lead for Reg if all goes well here. So I will update the scoreboard. Reg is now for penalt and rover with 2 peels done. It's important, as I pointed out earlier when peeling 4-back after hoop 3, if your pioneer is a little bit east, you want your escape ball to be a little bit east. Well, in this case, if your pioneer is a little bit west, you would like your reception ball and your pivot ball a little bit west, especially on this rover peel, because that way he can have narrower split shots that don't involve the peg or possibly drawing into the rover hoop. So he's going to try to probably bump yellow out west of red so he can send it to the right of red with a narrow drive shot. Yellow might be his, might be doing 2 short balls or a mid ball. I don't expect him to try to put this near the boundary because with blue so close to rover, he's probably going to do an Irish peel attempt. Doesn't have to worry about jumping blue or half jumping blue. So this will be a nice narrow drive shot. See his normal swing, and he'll get a southward, southerly rush on red, toward blue, blueward, a blueward rush on red. Just tidying everything up. And a lot of the ball positions from here are just avoiding catastrophe. There's a couple of spots, if black dribbles through rover, that you wouldn't be able to hit yellow. So he's going to try to put red a little bit east, just south of the hoop, so that if black dribbles through by a millimeter and he's hampered on yellow, he can hit red. This will also allow for a really easy roquet. If he goes through the hoop by a foot, he can make a quick, easy roquet on red, not have to worry about hitting a 4-yarder or something at yellow. And as we've talked about before, the straight rover peel, the real key is you're making rover off of your partner, but you need to hit a different ball as your reception ball so that you can then rush your partner to the peg. So he's touched it up nicely. It's looking nice and straight, probably within a foot. So I would expect him to just hit a nice straight drive shot here, as Brian Cumming has instructed me. Anytime that you're trying to do a straight peel, if you hit a little bit inaccurately, because it's a split shot, that error in your accuracy is multiplied. So on a split shot, certainly on a full roll, if you hit 2 degrees off to the left, your striker ball goes 4 degrees off to the left. Now that's a little bit lessened on a drive shot, but it is multiplied. So if you hit 5 degrees off to the left, your striker ball will go more than 5 degrees to the left. So instead of hitting this with a roll shot, you want to hit this with your best, most accurate swing. And for almost all players, your best, most accurate swing is the one you do most often, should be your normal swing that you use on roquets, on lag shots, on hoop shots, on drive shots, on rushes. And that is your normal swing. And that is a swing that all golf croquet players are familiar with. It's the swing they use for almost everything except jump shots. So now Reg has had a nice easy roquet to get red out of the line that he would want to rush blue to the peg. Now he's going to take off to yellow to get a rush to blue, because again, 2 balls together equals a rush. So he wants to take off to get a rush to blue so that he is ball in hand with 2 shots near blue. Should be able to organize a nice, easy, as the English would call it, dolly rush toward the peg. And then we'll see him rush short and wide to ensure that he doesn't have any chance of rushing blue into the peg. And we'll also see him definitely rush it wide, because when you've done the straight rover peel, you then don't want to rush blue into the rover hoop. You need to rush it wide of rover hoop, and that usually allows for you to be rushing wide of the peg. So he's rushed yellow to blue. 2 balls together equals a rush. In this case, he wants a rush toward the peg. He's left himself not the widest gap, but a very navigable gap there between the red hoop and the red ball as he rushes northeast, again, short and wide of the peg. So he wants to stop southeast of the peg so that if he hits it too hard, it's not going toward the peg. If he gets the angle wrong, it's not going hard enough to hit the peg, and he's going to have a relatively trivial 2 to 3 yard, 2.5 yard peg out here to go up 2-0. Now, in a best of 3, that would be it, but our manager has allowed time for us to have a best of 5, makes these matches a bit more reliable, and that has become clear to no one other than Mark Avery, who has gone to 5 games in the round of 16 against Andrew Johnston, which had to take a second day to finish, and then the quarterfinals against Matthew Essick, and then the semifinal where he was down 2-0 to the world number 1, Robert Fletcher, the only person who has a higher triple per win percentage that I know of than Reg Bamford. And so if anybody could come back from 2-0 down after watching the opponent score 2 triple peels, it would be Mark Avery. And honestly, the fact that neither players has had any significant hit-ins, I don't think we've seen a roquet over 4 yards in this match. If Mark can get in first, which I believe he will be the first to play. So in game 1, Mark played first and ran a 5th turn break. If he can do that, in game 2, Reg played first, he ran a 5th turn break. So if Mark can get around first in game 3 and Reg doesn't hit the first long roquet of the match, Mark will have a chance to take away the momentum and go to down 1-2, but that will put a lot of pressure on Reg, and that's one of the ways he was able to come back against Robert Fletcher, is Mark hit in a long shot to get in game 3, and Robert Fletcher was unable to make a hit in with a break in hand for the rest of the match. The only hit in that Robert had was game 4, turn 3 to set a leave. So there, Reg has completed his second triple. It is 12:30. I assume we're going to have a lunch break. And it looks like we don't have much action on the lawns. Tom Balding practicing out there on lawn 7. I don't think that's a game because he already played the Shield. So unless he's doing some XXV, more, Z game, effectively. So Reg here has gone up. That is a 26-0 victory. So plus 26 TP for Reg Bamford to go up 2-0 in the World Championships, on his way to tying Robert Fulford with 6 AC World Championships. So we see Mark come out there as David Malouf checks the hoops. We're going to take a short commercial break, and then depending on whether or not the players take a lunch break, we may come back to start game 3 immediately, but I assume we'll have a little bit of break and do an afternoon session of this live stream to begin with game 3. So I'd like to remind everybody that this is live from West Palm Beach, Florida at the Charles P. Stuber National Croquet Center, WNCC, brought to you by the World Croquet Federation, the United States Croquet Association, the Croquet Foundation of America, with production and direction and camera work done by I Do Live Streams. That's idolivestreams.com. Support for this tournament is provided by the W.P. Carey Foundation, doing good while doing well, and the Palm Beach Sports Foundation, Just Bring Your Game. Sponsors for this event are the PFC Hoopmaker Mallets, custom mallets introducing the Formula One mallet. We also have a sponsor, Oakley Woods Mallets, for all your croquet needs, www.croquetscore.com. Another sponsor is White Tie Croquet, dress to conquer, play to win. Better looking clothes make better looking players. That's www.whitetieCroquet.com, an official sponsor of the USCA and the East Coast North America distributor for PFC Hoopmaker Mallets. And our final sponsor of the event is Invictus Croquet. And we have great support provided for this USCA YouTube channel by Chris and Gail Barley, Oakley Woods Croquet, and Chris and Karen Weiss. So please like, subscribe, and hit the notify button. If Armando can switch to the camera on me for a second, I'd like to show you a couple of the extra prizes the winner of this World Championship will get. We have shown you before the mallet provided by Jay Carey, a unique design with peripheral end weighting and almost no chance that the wind would cause your mallet to move during a swing. And Karen Weiss, a supporter of the YouTube live stream, has made a wonderful painting. So this, I believe, is a copy of the painting where she put her wonderful information if you want to look at more of her fine art. But the original is going to the winner of these World Championships. They get this wonderful painting by Karen Weiss, an artist who also plays croquet here in Florida. So thank you, Karen and Chris, for their support. All right, and I'd just like to thank again the Croquet Foundation of America for donating these lawns to the USCA for use in this event, and Sandy James Fine Food and Events, who's the exclusive caterer here at the National Croquet Center. I'd like to thank National Croquet Center and their members for allowing us to use the lawns for this long tournament, and the Beach Club and their members who also donated their lawns and allowed us to turn their 3 lawns into 2 full-size courts for this event, allowed us to get to 72 players. And we have our crew, our managers, and everybody who's made this event happen. We have Jeff Sue, who is our tournament manager, doing all the work in the many 6 events, I believe. Michael Albert doing marketing and planning. The assistant tournament managers, Elaine Smith and Rocky Smith. Tournament referee, Chris Clark. Our executive director of the National Croquet Center, Frank Munier. WCF president, Jose Alvarez Sala. USCA president, Bev Cardo. And Bev, do you want to join me for a few minutes and tell us a little bit about the USCA and things we're doing? We've also seen on camera a little bit Dylan Goodwin here, who's our publisher of the Croquet News. And
you've hit everybody.
Marketing promotion, Tom Cooper, has also been helpful and sat in on the live stream. But Bev, how are you enjoying these World Championships?
It's been fabulous. This weather is just fantastic, and the players really turned out to compete, didn't they? It's just been remarkable. All the triple peels on these tough conditions, these fast lawns and the tight hoops. And we're really proud about how those hoops held up this week. Very, very firm. We had questions about the sandy soil here in Florida, and I'm really pleased with how they've held up. Do you agree with that?
I think it's been great. And some of the hot days, the lawns got as fast as 13 seconds. Stephen Mulliner called them demanding conditions. As Reg said, the pace of the lawn has been consistent, which I think is a credit to Omero and the grounds crew and the NCC. For some of the more top players, their concerns is that they like the pace to vary because it throws off their opposition, and it's things that they can deal with. But I myself prefer fast, flat lawns, and I think the NCC has delivered in spades. And you saw that, the challenging hoops have affected this final. Mark Avery had a chance to finish game one, and just an oddly casual stabbing swing at 3-back really cost him that game and has set him back in the match. And even Reg in game one groveled through hoop one. He got lucky that he didn't come through by 8 inches, or he might have been severely hampered. He came through by 2 or 3 inches, was able to hit it from the back and just play a normal stroke to hit his reception ball. But I think it's been really great conditions here. Again, demanding conditions, as we were told by one of the most experienced players in the world. So I'll trust his word for it.
Yes.
It's been fantastic. So thank you so much for your organization.
Mark played such a great, flawless run until that one mishap. But some of the spectators said, well, they've certainly given us a great viewing opportunity, learning, watching people recover. And so that's been a terrific show of talent. And I think those lawns were just so fast this morning and getting used to the speed. And I saw Mark seemed to handle it immediately. And I think when Reg got out there, it took him a few minutes, and then he got the speed down, and he's been playing pretty flawless ever since.
I think you're spot on there. I think his first rush, his first loading a Pioneer, they all went a little long. At one point, I think he put a hoop 2 Pioneer on the north boundary and had some trouble recovering from that. But he did, and we saw there in that last triple, he really put the impetus on getting the peels done and did some little bit of chasing of that triple. He didn't really have a ball at 4-back, had to recover a little bit, had to make 3-back with control, or that could have fallen apart spectacularly. So you can see that's a credit to, again, this level of play. He really didn't want to give Mark an opportunity. So he played a little aggressively, and it paid off. So he's up 2-0 with 2 triples. But we've seen this story before.
Yes, we have. And Mark is used to going the 5 games. So I think he'll get out there and give it his best, and maybe we'll get treated to a few more games here.
Yeah, he's a marathoner. There have been a number of triples today. That's 2 in the Shield final, 2 in the main event final, and they've been tripling all the way through these knockouts. So it's a great testament to their skill that even dealing with the challenging hoops and demanding conditions. Can you tell me, are there any more upcoming USCA events that our live streamers and players here at the venue could come back for to visit?
Well, we do have the GC Open that's coming up, the US GC Open. We're really excited about that. That's in February. So we have many of the top GC players in the world that will be in attendance for that, playing and competing. I
think that's the second annual USGC Open. That's going to be February 9th through 14th here.
Yes.
And that has a really big, Pro-Am event, and there's a purse. So I think the Fletchers were in the final last year, Robert and Malcolm Fletcher.
Yes.
But they had a lot of international participation and made for a really great event.
Yeah, we really enjoy having the international players here. It's been a great experience for all of us to get to know one another, make friends from around the world, and so we hope they will come back for the GC US Open.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful, as Trevor Bassett talked about before, that just these events allow us to all come together and see friends that we know from, national croquet tournaments, international croquet tournaments, some friends from decades ago that, cross paths again, and the camaraderie is really wonderful. In fact, I'm going to try to go say hi to some folks while we take a bit of a lunch break.
Good.
Is there anything else you want to tell us about the USCA and their efforts here?
We're just really pleased with the way it's unrolled this week. We just give so much credit to Frank Monnier, and you've mentioned so many others. David McCoy, who he's the chairman of the CFA and really takes good care of this facility. And we're just very, very thankful for the host venue, for the Beach Club as well. It's been a great week.
All right, great.
Thank you,
Ben.
Ben.
Thank you for joining us, and we will catch up back with you folks in a few minutes when the players are done with their lunch break. So we'll probably separate this into 2 streams. We'll have an afternoon, part 2 of the finals day, and we will see you then. So thank you for tuning in. Have a good afternoon.